On the face of it, Sonic X Shadow Generations might seem just like another in a string of HD remasters that saw a huge surge in 2024. Alongside game series like the first 6 Tomb Raider games, Alone in the Dark, Silent Hill 2, Persona 3, Star Wars Bounty Hunter, Battlefront 2, Dark Forces, even Top Freaking Racer, a release like an HD remaster of Sonic Generations might just seem like an unremarkable addition to those other titles. But Sonic X Shadow Generations is a bit different. 2024 was announced to be the year of Shadow, and thanks to the new Sonic movie coming out in 2024 featuring Shadow, for Sega to not live up to such a promise would end up being as meme-worthy as Nintendo's insulting Year of Luigi. As it turned out, Sonic X Shadow Generations ended up being 2 different games that are divergent parts of the same story based on the events of the original Sonic Generations, which was released back in 2011. When going into the concept of this video, I knew that there would be no way for a one-man team like myself to be able to play the game, beat it, write my review, and beat all the voices people care more about hearing to the punch with my own review. Besides, repeating what others are already saying about a game is a bit tedious to listen to after a while, right? So I decided to go a slightly different route. Instead of just doing a review, I thought it would be a cooler and more fun thing to do a comprehensive comparison on a per level basis of all the levels featured in both Sonic and Shadow Generations to their original forms. Since this video is who knows how long, the script is 50 pages long, I will include timestamps for each chapter in this video so you can snap to wherever you want to or wherever you left off, since there's no way I can reasonably ask anyone to watch this whole thing in one sitting unless you just need some white noise in the background while you do something else. Anyway, with that being said, let's get into Sonic X Shadow Generations, the best Sonic game ever made. Going off script for a second, the rule I set for this comprehensive comparison of the levels was pretty simple. I played through every single level, both new and old, within the intention of getting the S ranks on each of them. I felt that I wouldn't be able to do each level's description justice without having at least mastered them to the point of being able to get the S rank. And so that's what I aimed to do. I did do that successfully, as you could see in a previous video that sort of hinted towards this challenge I put upon myself. But now that you understand that, that's pretty much all that I really need to do. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Anyway, into the video. Sonic Generations is a game that plenty have reviewed already, so I won't spend too much time doing a total review of it, but I do want to share some of my thoughts about some of the changes made to the remake compared to the original. At first, I was under the impression that there wasn't much significantly different in the graphics department, but as it turned out, there are a number of improvements, at least compared to the console versions. The console versions target a frame rate of 60 frames per second, but there are a number of spots within certain stages where the frame rate does drop or becomes very choppy. This only happens in spots where there is a lot going on, like in the modern Sonic version of Chemical Plant Zone, where you are falling down a tube and have to avoid the blue chemicals, and the skyscraper section in modern Sonic version of Speed Highway. The remaster on PC I noticed ran extremely smoothly and felt a lot faster. When going into the graphics settings, I noticed that by default the game is set to target 120 frames per second, and the game plays exceptionally well as a result. I've never played the original PC release of Sonic Generations, so with my only frame of reference being the console versions in mind, I will say that I did notice some graphical touch-ups here and there, and when it came to lighting and reflections especially. Of course, they exist on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions, but on PC, the reflections are much more vibrant and seem to be at a higher resolution than the console versions, and the lighting too is a tad more pronounced. Playing the games back to back, I didn't notice the differences too much, simply thanks to how fast these games are in motion. But seeing a side-by-side comparison, it is fairly noticeable, with the obvious exception of the frame rate, which is extremely noticeable. One of the biggest changes many people have since pointed out were changes to dialogue and animations during cutscenes, as well as the change in Rouge's character model. This was apparently controversial, but I'm not convinced that it really is. The nature of these changes could probably be discussed in their own video, so I won't harp on it too much, except to say that I wasn't really bothered at all by the changes, except for the dialogue changes, because it only affected the English voice cast from what I saw. The Japanese dialogue is the same as it was originally, and the fact that Sega went back and subtitled it with the new dialogue, despite the fact that the old dialogue was actually being said, was kind of funny to me. But that's besides the point. I will say that the rewrites of Sonic's dialogue makes him more bearable. Meta-era Sonic never really resonated with me, so the dialogue changes dialing back that style of character writing for Sonic is welcome. The remaster's control scheme is slightly changed from the original. It isn't a major change if you're used to the control scheme in Sonic Frontiers, but if you're jumping in straight from any of the boost games like Sonic Unleashed or Sonic Forces, Sonic Colors is its own control layout entirely, then there might be a slight initial learning curve. The good news is that the homing attack is on the jump button again, but if you are still used to it being mapped to the boost button in Sonic Unleashed, you can still use it there too if you like as well. So I used both interchangeably, and I really appreciated that, especially considering I was bouncing to and from all the different Sonic games for this video, which all play quite differently from each other and don't really do much to establish a standardized control layout for Sonic. The biggest change is that the boost is mapped to the R trigger. When this was first introduced in Sonic Frontiers, I wasn't sure if I liked it, but after a while it became quite intuitive, and I'm glad that they kept it the same for this remaster for Sonic Generations. Sonic's movement is still incredibly heavy, much like the original, and getting used to the drift can be a bit tricky since it handles differently from every other boost game. Because of Sonic's heavy movement, he isn't exactly agile at low speeds, so low speed maneuvers are best avoided in the 3D sections. Classic Sonic controls differently from Sonic of the 90s, but not necessarily in his movement, but instead in the way the game expects you to approach his gameplay style. In the classic Sonic games, when you're going down a slope quickly, you can press the down direction on the D-pad to get Sonic to curl into a ball and build even more speed. This has the effect of helping Sonic avoid taking damage from any enemies that might pop up while going down that hill, and also give him enough speed to get him to the end of the stage faster. It is a quick, efficient way to go about those stages, but in Sonic Generations, this isn't the case. You can curl into a ball while already moving, but it slows you down and doesn't do much to deter your enemies. It will take out enemies, but the roll doesn't last long, and it will disengage once you lose enough speed. The game obviously wants you to use the spin dash, which is mapped exactly where Sonic's boost would be, on the R trigger. Curiously, Classic Sonic does not have the insta-shield like he does in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I only point that out because I thought I remembered him having it back when I first played the game many years ago. I suppose it was an attempt to balance Classic Sonic's moveset with the modern counterpart, but given modern Sonic's moveset is more robust than Classic Sonic's, controlling him feels a bit too limited. Maybe the rationale behind this decision was similar to that of Capcom with their back-to-basics movement from Mega Man in Mega Man 9 and 10? I can only speculate, though. He controls fine as he is, though, but not exactly one-to-one with the original games. Sonic Generations is also not a particularly difficult game. Maybe some of the challenge acts can offer a bit of a challenge, and the hard mode versions of bosses put up a little bit more of a fight, but by and large, this game is a bit of a breeze to get through. Even if you don't perform particularly well in stages, the ranking system is so generous that I had greater difficulty getting C or D ranks than S ranks. Basically, you are scored on the time it took you to complete the stages, gives you a ring bonus, and you get a full letter rank up if you went through the stage without dying. By far, it is still the most generous ranking system of any Sonic game with a ranking system. I can't help but to feel that this is because reviews reacted negatively to Sonic Colors' difficulty, but again, that's only speculation. That would be my main critique for this game, is that aside from hard mode versions of bosses and challenge acts, the main stages handing out S ranks like participation trophies makes getting them feel a bit hollow, although I do like Classic Sonic's animation when the ranking system adds up your points to an S rank. All that being said, I still really like Sonic Generations. I know I conflated both the remaster and the original in this, but honestly, they are nearly identical, and the way I played them didn't really change at all between the original console version and the remastered PC version. Instead, what really has interested me for a long time is how the remade stages in Sonic Generations compare to their original incarnations. This led to me going on a journey to explore just what changed and what stayed the same between all the different versions of the stages, and seeing which version of each stage I preferred to the others. So from here, I embarked on a journey, firing up every original version of each stage and playing them repeatedly until I could either get the best rank or the best possible run, so that I could give the most thorough comparisons I am capable of giving. And so, without further ado, let's compare every stage from Sonic Generations to the original ones. When we talk about Green Hill Zone, we are talking about a Sonic level so ubiquitous that it transcends not only games within the franchise, but Sonic games in general. Green Hill Zone has been made and remade so many times in so many games that keeping up with all of them might be impossible. I find myself constantly forgetting, for example, that Green Hill Zone was remade as an unlockable extra level in Sonic Adventure 2. But this time around, we'll only be looking at the original from Sonic the Hedgehog on the Mega Drive and its two iterations in Sonic Generations for this comparison. Green Hill Zone is the first level in the first Sonic game. Because of the importance of first impressions, The designers of the game must have gone to painstaking lengths to make the best possible level they could. That's probably why this is the first image many have of a Sonic level, and probably why nearly every 2D game opens to a level with a similar, if not identical, aesthetic design. Green Hill Zone features all of the fundamental hallmarks every Sonic game at least attempts to build on. There is one primary track, and one that goes high and one that goes low. The high track requires a little bit of extra care to navigate, but offers a quicker way to the signpost at the end of the level if you're skilled enough to stay up there. The middle path is your default track and is a little longer, but one that you can travel pretty quickly on with less worry for stage hazards. The lower track is where you fall to if you can't stay on the top or middle tracks. That one is the longest, and it has a certain number of hazards that you will have to be careful of. You still have plenty of opportunities for high-speed movement, but just because it saved you from what might otherwise have been a bottomless pit doesn't necessarily make it an easy path. Act 1 of Green Hill Zone is especially short. Even moderately skilled players can get to the end of the stage in less than a minute fairly easily. But since it is the first level of the game, I think it can go without saying that its lack of difficulty is excusable. The stage contains the staples for any Sonic level, with loops, floating platforms that sometimes act as elevators, spikes, spin dash tunnels, and corkscrews. The corkscrews are, of course, meant to be a way to show off what the Mega Drive's hardware was capable of in terms of graphical effects, but what's cool about them is that your ability to run through them is reliant on your speed. If you don't enter them with enough speed, it's easy to fall off of them, making your ability to run through them reliant on your skillful navigation of the stage preceding it. This all means that this is a visual spectacle that you are rewarded with by being good enough at the game to earn it. This ends up being a very important foundational element of the rest of the series. The part that was most interesting to me going into Sonic Generations was how the classic Sonic iteration would recreate the original version of Green Hill Zone. While it does remain quite faithful to the original Green Hill Zone as far as its design is concerned, it can be a bit tricky to notice the visual callbacks just because of the 3D environment. Since Sonic controls differently in this game than he does in the original, you can't rely on muscle memory to carry you through the level. There are a number of branching pathways in this level that offer a far greater number of possible routes through the stage than the original. This would make more sense given there are 20 years worth of development upon Sonic stage design since the first versions of Green Hill Zone were created. So that in and of itself is unremarkable. However, what makes it stand out is the quality of this design. Because of how multi-dimensional this version is in its nature, thanks to the way pathways branch off and intersect, you're always forced to stay on your toes and keep vigilant with your jump timing and managing your trajectory so you can stay on the fastest route. It's much easier this time around to fall off the faster path, and a lot more difficult to regain it once you've lost it. This raises the stakes for the player who wishes to have the most optimized run of the stage as possible to keep their wits about them and not get too comfortable when it might otherwise seem that they are in the clear. Because of all this, it makes the classic Sonic version of Green Hill Zone on Sonic Generations very fun and replayable. Modern Sonic iteration of Green Hill Zone is not the first time a 3D version of Green Hill Zone was created. I have to keep reminding myself of that fact because I keep forgetting that it was also featured in Sonic Adventure 2, though I have no recollection of ever having played it. That being said, here in Sonic Generations, Green Hill Zone is a pretty easy affair. My assumption is that the level was designed with first-time Sonic players in mind, at least when it comes to the boost-style gameplay. It makes perfect sense that it should be easy, even for those coming from the boost gameplay from Sonic Unleashed. There have been some notable changes to Sonic's control scheme that, while subtle, offer a quality of life improvement. The level features all the hallmarks that are present in the original Green Hill Zone, including the loops and the corkscrew. The unfortunate thing, however, is that the corkscrew is a scripted sequence from my understanding, which kind of takes away the analog tension of the possibility of falling off of it if your navigation of the stage isn't at the required skill level. That is a minor issue, however, and while the stage is easy, there are still a number of shortcuts you can take to shave time off your playthrough of it. It does a great job of providing an introduction of the boost gameplay to new players while still giving opportunities for repeat playthroughs for mastery. It's the easiest level to master, and doesn't leave the strongest impression as you progress through the game, but it's still a well-designed level in its own right. I might even see an argument can be made for that its beginner-friendly design is closer in spirit to the original Green Hill Zone than the classic Sonic version offered in Sonic Generations. Ranking Green Hill Zone in this case for me is pretty easy. The classic Sonic version in Sonic Generations is far and away my favorite of the three. It is a great 2D Sonic level and does everything right for establishing the classic Sonic gameplay style for Sonic Generations. It maintains a lot of the original set pieces from the original game while also adding its own elements in, among other things, alternate routes that intersect in ways that are more complex than what is on offer in the original and at a greater frequency than the modern Sonic version. I found myself replaying this version the most in Sonic Generations, which I believe is a testament to how well designed this level is. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is still largely considered by many to be the best game in the series, or at the very least, the classic series. There are many stages in Sonic 2 that could easily fit the mold for a game like Sonic Generations, and while now Chemical Plant might seem to be a bit overplayed when Sonic Generations first came out in 2011, seeing the wicked slopes of the Mega Drive original translated to 3D was something you couldn't help but to be excited to see. The Mega Drive original always left a big impression on me with just how large the level seemed. There were so many areas which could only be reached from some other pathway, and I would always imagine just how big the level had to be in order to accommodate such areas and their respective means of accessing them. There were only two other stages in Sonic 2 which I felt could match Chemical Plant in terms of my perception of their size, and those were Oil Ocean Zone and Metropolis Zone. While I personally wouldn't have minded it if Oil Ocean Zone were the one featured in Sonic Generations to represent Sonic 2, Chemical Plant definitely made the most sense. Chemical Plant has the aforementioned long, steep slopes, high-speed loops, underwater sections, various chemical-themed stage hazards, and platforms that look like the floor that drops whatever is on top of them down into the chemicals below them. By its design, Chemical Plant Zone awards the player's curiosity. When I first learned that the two chemical pipes at the beginning of the stage took you to different places in the stage, my mind was blown. There were very few times as a kid that I ever imagined that a 2D side-scroller could do something like that. While it was only the second zone in Sonic 2, making it still a relatively easy one, the stage does not reveal its secrets until you have mastered it. And that is the aspect of its level design that I think epitomizes many of the best elements of classic Sonic level design in general. While I don't know if I can say that it's my personal favorite classic Sonic stage, there is no denying just how well crafted it is. Maybe it's because of the art design of the remake being similar to the original that makes the classic Sonic version of Chemical Plant Zone stand out to me more than Green Hill Zone, but the classic Sonic remake follows many of the same beats as the original, especially the original Chemical Plant Zone Act 2. But if you think you can just go through the motions and play the level like you can in Sonic 2, think again. Of course, with this being generations of technology beyond what is possible in 1992, this version of Chemical Plant Zone has even more alternative routes you can take through it. Of course, you will want to stick to the higher routes as much as possible, and where this plays differently than the original has everything to do with timing your jumps while keeping your speed up, as opposed to the original, which had you playing more with the physics of the engine to make the jumps to higher areas that would otherwise seem unreachable. As classic Sonic in Sonic Generations, you can still very much do that, and what makes it even better is that keeping that momentum and having the stage memorized to the point where you know when and where to time your jumps makes this for an exhilarating stage if you know what you're doing. The modern Sonic version of Chemical Plant Zone in Sonic Generations was the version I was anticipating the most. Suffice it to say, the spectacle of this level does not disappoint. Boosting down the initial slopes at the beginning of the stage and mastering the drift so that you can take the trick ramp that leads you to the crane that serves as a shortcut to the next part of the stage where you're running on the roof of the intended path constitute the mere first sections of the course. From there, you get launched into a vertical drop where you notice is the junction point for all those lethal chemical drops you remember from the Mega Drive version. You fall and try to avoid them, collecting rings and maybe even the red ring if you can time your movement right. As you can probably tell, I really like this reimagining of the stage, and I found myself especially replaying this one over and over every time I found another possible route I could take. Mastery takes practice, and I can't help but to come away from my experience with this version of the stage with the impression that this might be the perfect 3D rendition of the original in terms of its design philosophy. When it comes to ranking these versions of Chemical Plant Zone, I have to reiterate just how much of a level design masterclass the original is. Without the blueprint for Sonic Generations to base its own iterations of the stage off of, it can't be guaranteed that Sonic Generations versions of Chemical Plant Zone would be anywhere near as great as they are. That being said, the versions of Chemical Plant in Sonic Generations are a triumph of modern Sonic level design. Easily my favorite between these two is the modern Sonic version with its mixture of 3D and side-scrolling action. Its addictive replay value and overall aesthetic make it an easy first place pick for me. Second place has to be the classic Sonic version of it from Sonic Generations. Blending the multi-track level design of the modern Sonic version of the stage with the familiar elements and beats of the original reimagined in 2.5D makes this version of Chemical Plant Zone a very fun stage to revisit. That puts the Mega Drive original in third place, but that's not to say it is inferior or that the others are better somehow, because I can't completely remove my own biases and the experiences that created them from what I end up developing preferences for. I think it's mainly due to the fact that I have a sort of Sonic 2 fatigue that makes the sheer number of times I've replayed the game over the 15 or so years I've had access to it. But that isn't to discount its quality. It still remains as one of Sonic's most memorable stages of all time. I always considered Sky Sanctuary to be the first part of the climax to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. After all, it is the last stage you spend on the planet before going into space, at least as Sonic. Because of this, Sky Sanctuary is one of the more cinematic stages in the game. This was pretty novel for the time. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is littered with short, in-level cutscenes which give a nice visual representation of the story unfolding on and around Angel Island. For Sky Sanctuary, this is especially so. It's not a particularly long stage, all things considered. You still have to be mindful of the enemy placement and watch your step, as you can very easily find yourself falling to your death if you're careless. The obstacles you face here are mostly poles you hang from that lift you to higher areas. Clouds that you can bounce off of, collapsing parts of track you must run across quickly, warp points that progress you to the next section of the stage, and multiple tracks you can take to get to the goal. This all finishes with a segment where you race up a collapsing tower, giving chase to the Death Egg as it once again attempts to launch into space. The main part of Sky Sanctuary as Sonic is that you have to face down a series of bosses Sonic has previously faced in the past games. There's the Checker Wrecker Ball, the Eggmobile with the Egg Shield, and a final showdown with Mecha Sonic, similar to the showdown with Silver Sonic in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I guess you could say it's a boss rush, but there's plenty of platforming in the sections separating them. Structurally, it shares some similarity with the Wily Castle stages in the first Mega Man, if you need a point of comparison. In any event, this stage is a definite icon in a game that is, frankly, packed with iconic stages as it is. It would be only appropriate that this would be featured as the third and final of the classic Sonic lineup in Sonic Generations, as far as the Mega Drive games are concerned. Coming from the original to the classic Sonic version of it here in Sonic Generations, its structure, at least initially, is nearly identical to the original, but it quickly diverts from the original as this version introduces a plethora of alternate pathways that did not exist in the previous version, at least not that I'm aware of. The original stage feels big, but this classic Sonic version of the stage dwarfs it considerably, thanks to its extended length and the sheer number of ways you can run through it. Running through the stage's quickest tracks requires the player to have a strong command of classic Sonic's control characteristics and strong level memorization. In that way, it lives up to the core design and intent of the original, and the way these parts seamlessly intersect and divert makes for an incredibly memorable, challenging, but fun experience. It does ditch a lot of the cinematic aspects of the original, save for the section racing up the collapsing tower at the end. Here, it's made even more epic thanks to the dynamic camera movements that tracks Sonic from an angle and shows the tower's collapsing tracks to appear as though the collapse itself is chasing Sonic. Graphical effects, especially particle effects and fantastic sound design, also add to the intensity of this scene. The cherry on top is the ability to see the two other tracks running parallel to yours, each concluding to their own red ring, which makes the urge to replay the level to find the route that takes you to those other roads all the more enticing. It's one of the tougher classic Sonic stages, but it leaves a very good and strong impression, and it invites you to get good so you can see everything it has to offer. The modern Sonic version of Sky Sanctuary in Sonic Generations is mesmerizing. I understand that might be a peculiar way to describe it, but I assure you I mean it with all of the positive implications it carries. Of course, this version of the stage involves a lot of the aesthetics and set pieces that are present in the original, along with the usual elements like grind rails that 3D Sonic has been known for. One of the original set pieces that they implemented in the 3D format that was really cool was the rotating platforms. In the original and the classic Sonic versions, the challenge was landing on the right spot so that it wouldn't hinder your forward momentum. The classic Sonic version, thanks to the levels being rendered in 3D, added the challenge of lining up ring and power-up monitors, adding an interesting timing element to it. The modern Sonic version is unique because now these rotating platforms have gaps in them, making for an interesting platforming challenge. At first, it might appear that the inclusion of these platforms might slow gameplay down, but it's the opposite. Controlling Sonic's trajectory and making sure he lands on the platform in the right spot so you can use the boost to catapult Sonic to the next section is really fun. And being able to stay on the higher pathway despite these platforms being more challenging with their decreasing availability of space, faster rotation, and the timing between multiple of these platforms makes for a fast-paced, exciting platforming challenge. This stage's structure is really cool. The motif benefits immensely from the expansion of possible alternative routes through it by adding lateral as well as vertical pathways. This might sound like a no-brainer, and these exist in Chemical Plant Zone as well, but here, for whatever reason, it looks and feels so cool when you can hit the right path and shave off seconds from your completion time and look cool doing it. It requires sharp spatial and situational awareness, memorization, quick reflexes, and accurate timing. It is, honestly, everything that is right with Boost Sonic gameplay, in my opinion. I found myself retrying this over and over until I could perfect the timing for when to use the homing attack on the robot that fires the rocket at you at the fountain. You need to hit him so you can access the upper route, which, if done quickly enough, can bypass a more roundabout route to the main track. When I was finally able to get it down and reliably execute it on a regular basis, it was incredibly satisfying. More importantly, it was really fun, and I really can't ask much more from a Sonic stage than that. Ranking these stages was a simple task. I just finished gushing about how good the modern Sonic version of Sky Sanctuary was in Sonic Generations, so it only makes sense that it would be my number one pick. I already went into detail about it, but all of those things mixed with its fantastic and dazzling visual aesthetic across both the PlayStation 3 original and the PC remaster in Sonic X Shadow Generations makes this one of my favorite stages in the entire game. Number 2 has to be the classic Sonic version of this stage. For all intents and purposes, it takes all the best aspects from the original, mixing in the modern classic Sonic design philosophy introduced in Sonic Generations to deliver what is quite possibly the definitive 2D representation of Sky Sanctuary. That might ruffle some feathers for the Mega Drive stalwarts out there, and I don't mean to offend when I say so. It strips out the cinematic elements and the boss rush in favor of a stage full to the brim with action, excitement, and gameplay that, when you have enough practice, is one of the most fun stages to blitz through as classic Sonic. The original is my number 3 pick, but it isn't because I dislike it. Again, it bears repeating. Something has to come in third, whether I like it or not. it's still great in its own right, and especially when played in the context of the rest of the game. It feels like the beginning to an epic conclusion to one of the largest games ever made for the Mega Drive. The reason for it being in third place is basically because, while an epic concluding chapter in the context of the rest of the game, in a vacuum it kind of loses its impact a little. I noticed that it felt a lot smaller than what was on offer in Sonic Generations, and after finishing it, I can't get the same satisfaction of having done well as I got from its modern incarnations. I really feel this stage benefits the most as part of a larger story, and while a lot of its elements directly influencing its reimaginings in Sonic Generations are reasons why the modern iterations are so great, I don't think the original Sky Sanctuary can stand alone as a stage in the same way some others in Sonic 3 and Knuckles can. The original version of Speed Highway in Sonic Adventure for Dreamcast was always one of the most memorable moments for me in the game. I remember thinking as a kid that this stage shared some kind of spiritual connection with Radical Highway in Sonic Adventure 2, and they ended up feeling like expansions on one another. Dreamcast Speed Highway is a really interesting stage, and one that offers an immense amount of replay value based solely in its design. Sonic Adventure as a whole is kind of designed around the idea of taking control of Sonic and utilizing his physics and the level designs and finding ways to shave off as much time as possible from your previous best run. Because of the way the levels are set up, a lot of the fastest runs of any level in Sonic Adventure, save for a couple, consist of people finding ways to bypass entire sections of stages to get a massive time advantage. While this might seem like it was unintended, there is some evidence in the game to suggest that this was definitely what the designers had in mind when they built these levels. As a result, if you're used to the boost style gameplay where you are presented with different pathways, which you can follow to shave off time with accurate jump and boost timing, you might find the transition back to Sonic Adventure's level design philosophy a little jarring. You might have an instance where something looks like a shortcut from the normal route, which it is, but it might not be as fast as taking that shortcut partially. It's very counterintuitive. But the best example I have from my run of this level for this video was when I came to that floating platform with the line of flying enemies with the rotating blades. Normally, you homing attack across them to grab the life before dropping down on top of the rocket, which takes you up to the section that brings you to the skyscraper section. While this is a shortcut in the level, it's significantly faster if you homing attack only one or maybe two of the enemies, drop down and run to the rocket. This saved me a whole 7 seconds on this run of the level, which blew my mind when it happened. It reminded me just how open-ended Sonic Adventure is in terms of its level design. Many people go into Sonic games with the assumption that you just run down a track as fast as possible and reach the finish, but that's not the case with every game. I found that strategic utilization of the spin dash jump in certain sections helped to mitigate risks of falling to lower parts of the stage and saved a lot of time, as it usually does, though I wasn't brave enough to test just how much I could break the level with it, like I know I can with Emerald Coast, Windy Valley, and Twinkle Park, for example. If there was one complaint I had of this level, it would be towards the end when you're just arriving at the fountain and you use the bounce springs to go through the building for a safer route to avoid cars. In the Dreamcast version, there's a pretty noticeable and consistent frame dip that is also fairly significant. It kind of messes with my timing, and it means the police car can take an easy pot shot at me while I'm trying to reach the fountain. Also, that capsule at the end, I wish it wasn't there. It takes too much time to stick that landing after the fountain, and if you're trying to beat the clock and reach it in 150 seconds, it can make or break a run. That being said, though, it was great revisiting this on Dreamcast. I love the feel of the Dreamcast and Dreamcast games, and it makes me very happy that I could sort of relearn this stage over again after so long. Coming to Speed Highway in Sonic Generations, it's clear that after making the boost gameplay the way Sonic will control, that the level needed to be completely revamped. Speed Highway isn't so open-ended anymore like it was in Sonic Adventure. There are several different pathways you can take, where the trickier ones can serve as significant shortcuts if you can master their entry. Some of these can require a bit of finessing to do so, but doing so correctly is extremely satisfying. As it goes with any Sonic game, but especially the boost games, it takes a lot of practice to get down the techniques to perfecting your run through the levels and finishing in the quickest time possible. It's something that you definitely need to earn, and this kind of self-imposed difficulty, not just this level, but the boost game design in general, endlessly enjoyable. I found trying to master Speed Highway as modern Sonic to be addicting. Boosting and jumping in places where I would previously spin dash jump in the original, landing on rails, knowing when to jump versus when to boost, perfecting drifts, and timing my boost jump just right to completely skip an entire portion of the level to shave off a significant amount of time was impossibly fun. I don't know how much time I spent practicing to get my best possible run in this level, but despite how unnecessary it was thanks to the easy S ranks in Sonic Generations, this level is just too epic to just blitz through one time without getting to see the whole thing. This version of the stage does preserve a number of the set pieces present in the original. The helicopter, the loops, the corkscrew, the shortcut at the beginning of the stage, the section where you fall onto a platform to homing attack across the line of enemies, and, of course, the skyscraper run all make their return in glorious high definition, and it runs even faster than the original. With the remaster, we even have smoother frame rates than the 2011 console versions, which are notoriously choppy in places, as previously mentioned. The classic Sonic iteration of this level is pretty simple. It isn't as tricky to master or do well in as the modern Sonic iteration, but there are some pretty cool aspects of its design. I really liked the way they implemented the helicopter, and I like to imagine that when classic Sonic lets go of the boost rocket that he inadvertently hands it off to modern Sonic as he's running through his version of the stage concurrently. I don't have a whole lot to say about the classic Sonic version of Speed Highway just because my bias is strongly in favor of the modern Sonic version. That isn't to say it isn't good, but just didn't really stick with me or demand much in the way of replays nearly to the extent as the modern Sonic iteration did. All that being said, if I had to choose which version I ended up liking better, it's definitely a close one. To be honest, the playthroughs of this stage I did in preparation for this comparison, despite the fact that they are the best examples of what I was personally able to do up to that point, still have a lot that could be improved on. Despite the countless replays, I still even now feel compelled to try again, noticing certain things in playback that I could do to save time or find a better technique to get to this or that shortcut faster. I love Sonic Adventure, and I always liked Speed Highway, and I was really happy when I first heard that that stage was what they chose to include in Sonic Generations. I would definitely rank the classic Sonic version below the modern Sonic and original versions. That one is fairly easy, but I might have to make the cop-out and call both the original and modern Sonic versions equal. I really think both versions of Speed Highway are just as enjoyable as one another, despite the fundamental roots of their design philosophies coming from different places. Or maybe it's not in spite of, but because of? Who's really to say? In any case, both are amazing to replay in their own right. Including City Escape as the stage representing Sonic Adventure 2 in Sonic Generations was such a no-brainer, it almost felt like there wasn't even the slightest consideration for any other stage from Sonic Adventure 2 for Sonic Generations at all. Metal Harbor surely got some votes, though I always really liked Final Rush myself. The modern Sonic version of City Escape benefits immensely from the jump in technology. It offers a series of branching pathways to serve as shortcuts within the stage, just like any other boost-style Sonic level. These exist within the constraints of the original level itself, which is pretty impressive. Of course, it preserves the big final set piece being chased by the gun truck down the San Francisco-inspired streets. The difference here, of course, is that the truck now has 3 circular saws attached to arms that will extend and threaten to cut you up as it inches closer to you. This makes for an amazing spectacle, but I can see how it is also necessary from a design perspective. With the boost gameplay the way it is, it wouldn't be enough to have a big black semi merely chase you, since it would be very easy to simply use the boost and leave it behind. Introducing the saws allows the truck to be of some threat to Sonic, prompting the player to use Sonic's quick step to switch to the lanes where the circular saws are not in contact with. This version also keeps City Escape's iconic snowboarding section, or road boarding section, with opportunities for Sonic to take jumps that launch him high into the air, allowing for access to parts of the stage that can be used as shortcuts. My favorite bit is this one jump that allows you to land on an overhead cable that will practically bypass the entire section, slashing a huge amount of time off your run if you're able to stay on that route. It is a near perfect marriage of the design philosophy of Sonic Adventure 2 and the modern boost gameplay. I have my reason as to why that might be as surprising as it might sound, but that's a topic that could be spun into its own video. The original City Escape in Sonic Adventure 2 is among Sonic's most iconic stages in the history of the franchise. The way the board hits the pavement at the same moment the guitars and drums come in for the stage's theme is one of the coolest moments in gaming. City Escape has 3 distinct sections: a snowboarding section, followed by the meat of the stage, running, platforming, and destroying enemies, and the section at the end with the gun truck chase. I played through this level so many times as a kid, I was wondering if this would feel stale when coming back to A rank it for this video. It turned out that going for the A rank made this game all the more exciting than it ever was. City Escape benefits a lot from being the first stage Sonic plays through in game's story, since by the end of the game, thanks to the level up items he's collected over the course of the adventure, his move set has increased and made him even more mobile and therefore more capable of blitzing through sections of the stage that he wasn't able to before. The original City Escape is a lot more linear than its modern counterparts. But what it lacks in alternative pathways and shortcuts, it makes up for in its having a strong arcade feel. There was a point during my A rank grind that I started to think this more like Crazy Taxi than something like a modern Sonic game. It helps that Crazy Taxi happens to take place in a city very similarly modeled after San Francisco, but City Escape had me going from the mindset of reaching the goal ring as quickly as possible to reaching the goal ring quickly whilst also performing 6 stunts and getting the highest possible bonus scores I could while doing it. That was really fun. I noticed that the quality of the tricks you perform off the ramps during the snowboarding section depended on your speed when you hit them. So I made it a challenge to get the awesome bonus for all 3 of the ramps during that section and got a free 3,000 points to my score. This required a certain amount of timing and precision, and I started to treat my approaches to corners more like a racing game than a Sonic game. See again, Crazy Taxi. When I was able to pull that off, I was left thinking just how sick pulling it off looked. Once I got the technique down, it wasn't difficult, but it looks so cool when you can do it. And that's only the beginning. Chaining enemies, performing tricks off ramps while on foot, swinging from those overhead bars, using the bounce bracelet to hit rails on those staircases, all of it feels so cool, so extreme, so Sonic. It didn't take nearly the number of attempts to get the A rank on Sonic Adventure 2's City Escape as it did for me to perfect my classic Sonic run of the Sonic Generations version of that level. To be honest, I always had the idea that getting an A rank for City Escape was especially strict thanks to the memory I have of my brother grinding it over and over again when we were kids. Maybe I just got better at games, or maybe I'm misremembering what it really was like, but when I got that A rank, my inner child was ecstatic, and the journey getting there was so epic. Maybe it's easy for me to get excited over being able to achieve something like an A rank. I was always under the assumption it was extremely difficult, but there is a certain joy that comes with being able to accomplish something you felt could never be done when you were a kid. And the fact it was much easier than I thought it was might really just be the result of me being better at the game, but the feeling of accomplishment it left me with remains even now. That must be the sign of a well-designed level or game, surely. The classic Sonic variation of City Escape is one of the most fun classic Sonic levels in all of Sonic Generations. On my initial playthrough of this game, before going back for a second time to get all the Steam achievements, and the third time when I played this on PlayStation 3 for the sake of this video, I remember replaying this stage over and over in order to get the best routes through the stage. Every time I found a new, faster route, I would immediately restart the stage from the beginning to find the way to that route to take it. Then, after getting some practice in, again, I would replay the stage and perfect entering those shortcuts until I felt satisfied with a run. It was great, and as far as classic Sonic stages in Sonic Generations are concerned, this is probably my second favorite in the whole game. The best part for me is the skateboarding section. The classic Sonic version of City Escape omits the snowboarding section in the beginning of the stage, likely because of the 2D perspective it takes. While some might say that the skateboarding is simply a reskin of the snowboard, it plays quite differently. Through most of classic Sonic's version of City Escape, Sonic is being chased by the gun truck, this time appearing much closer to its iteration featured in Sonic Adventure 2. The skateboard is an optional power-up that, if you get it, gives Sonic the opportunity to be completely out of the way of the gun truck, giving it little to no opportunity to deal any significant damage to him. The skateboard can jump off of ramps similar to the snowboard, and if you time things just right and keep up your momentum, Sonic can completely annihilate this level with what I can only describe as chaining shortcuts in rapid succession. It's tricky to pull off, and it takes a bit of practice and good timing, but when you're able to nail it down, it is one of the most fun experiences you can have playing as classic Sonic and Sonic Generations. 2D Sonic games have had a pretty shaky reputation when it comes to these kinds of stage-specific gimmicks. I think immediately of Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for Game Gear and Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1 and 2 as my chief examples of poor implementation of stage-specific gimmicks. But the skateboard is thankfully nowhere near what the springs or hang glider are like in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Game Gear or the torches in Sonic 4 Episode 1. Once you get the level down, it becomes pretty easy, but for me, it's extremely memorable nonetheless. When it comes to ranking each version of City Escape, it's hard for me to justify putting any other version of it over the original from Sonic Adventure 2. Call it nostalgia or whatever you may, but I really have grown to appreciate City Escape as a level for its design in a way that is much deeper than I ever thought possible. But just because I liked it more doesn't mean the incarnations of it present in Sonic Generations are bad. Far from it. The next one has to be the classic Sonic version. There was something mesmerizingly enjoyable. Replaying it over and over to get it right as classic Sonic kind of felt like it was done so in a trance. I really wanted to get the best route I could, and when I finally managed to pull it off, I found myself sharing the same celebratory feelings as Sonic did when he hit the signpost at the end of the stage. It's very well designed, and the way it utilized its 3D environments despite the 2D perspective, especially with the gun truck, makes this a great iteration of City Escape. The modern Sonic version of City Escape ranks below the others, but that doesn't mean I think it's bad. At first, I thought that this version was not especially memorable, but after thinking about it, I realized that it was actually quite good. I liked the way they managed to adapt certain set pieces of the original level so faithfully to fit the boost gameplay. I liked how they changed the gun truck chase to make it even more menacing. If you don't have the boost at the final stretch of the stage, you're cooked. And I really liked that kind of tension. It seems that no matter which game you play it on, City Escape is bound to be a highlight in the game, whether it be Sonic Adventure 2 or Sonic Generations. And really, what more could you ask for? Sonic Heroes was a huge deal for Sega for a number of reasons. It was the first Sonic game built from the ground up to be for console platforms other than one made by Sega. There was a lot riding on the success of Sonic Heroes, so it had to make a great first impression if the franchise wanted to see continued success. Seaside Hill was that first impression, and its inclusion in Sonic Generations is a testament to just how good a first impression it made. In fact, the first impression left by Sonic Heroes seemed so good that it wasn't enough just to include Seaside Hill as part of the template for adaptation to Sonic Generations, but also Sonic Heroes' second stage, Ocean Palace, as well. Seaside Hill immediately sticks out since, while yes, it is yet another opening stage that is in a beach setting like Emerald Coast in Sonic Adventure, the visual aesthetic matches what was then a pretty accurate 3D approximation of the original Mega Drive Sonic games like Green Hill and Emerald Hill zones. Seaside Hill is a pretty huge stage when you think about it, but in-game you don't really realize it, as the stages transition from the Seaside Hill to the Ocean Palace is actually quite subtle and gradual. From a gameplay perspective, Sonic Heroes is famous for its team-based gameplay. Instead of playing as just as Sonic, you control one of 3 members of the same team at any given time, and have 4 distinct teams to choose from, giving this game a total of 12 different characters you will play over the course of the game. Each character has their own attribute: speed, power, and flight. The speed character is the fastest and can be used to go through parts of the stage quickly. The power character can be used to take out tougher enemies, do the triangle dive, and ride gusts of wind from fans in order to access higher parts of the stage, as well as using the power formation, which puts the power character in the center and the speed and fly characters in fixed symmetrical positions to the left and right of the power character. This formation can be used to briefly separate the 3 characters into 3 different lanes to collect power-ups or rings simultaneously. The fly character has the other 2 characters stack up under them, giving you the ability to fly over obstacles while carrying the other team members for a brief period of time. The fly character can also shoot the others at enemies, giving you a ranged attack option. Since Seaside Hill is the first stage in the whole game, you are taught and encouraged to interact with these mechanics, and it might be one of the best designed stages in the game as a result. There are several different ways you can go about navigating this stage depending on the formation you choose to use, and these can serve as shortcuts if you know how to use the required formation. There is some skill involved despite being the first stage in the game that, coupled with the ranking system, gives it ample replay value. Relative to the other stages in Sonic Heroes, subsequently future Sonic games in general, Seaside Hill doesn't have much in the way of gimmicks, but it does introduce a lot of new things that have long since become staples in Sonic level design. It introduces dash and rainbow rings, the latter of which grants you extra points if you manage to go through them in Sonic Heroes. It introduces cannons, which can fire you to new parts of the stage depending on the formation you enter the cannon with. It also introduces the idea of the wall jump, called the triangle jump, where the speed character can jump across walls to cover large gaps to an area of the stage that otherwise can't be reached by any other means. Spectacle is kept to a minimum for the most part, as it is mostly limited to loops, which, in all fairness, are the most extreme they've ever been in a Sonic game up to this point. Ocean Palace, however, is another matter. Ocean Palace shares a lot in common with Seaside Hill, both in aesthetics and in gameplay. The main gimmicks introduced here is the karting section. All 3 members of your team take different roles on the kart, and your goal is to avoid obstacles lest you lose a member of your team. Get hit 3 times and it's game over. Start the section over again. Lose a life. All that fun stuff. The speed character makes your kart move faster. Your fly character gives your kart the ability to jump, and your power character gives you the ability to steer your kart. If you lose any of these teammates, you lose that control characteristic of the cart. It's a pretty cool gimmick in my opinion, and even if you don't like it, it's short-lived enough to where it can't really overstay its welcome. The big spectacle of Ocean Palace then is the obligatory 3D Sonic chase scene. It seems like every 3D Sonic game needs to have some big thing chase Sonic in a finale of some kind at the end of at least one stage. Here you are chased by these giant stone wheels that remind me of Whomps from the Mario games. You run down as your Speed character these long, wide roads along the ocean, and one of these turns into 2, then 4, then so many you just want to keep running away from them rather than stick around and count. Eventually, successful completion of this section launches you to the goal ring. Again, this stage is really well designed. You are offered multiple pathways to the end of the stage based on the way you interact with the team member switching mechanic. Going through just as Sonic, for example, won't necessarily lead you down the quickest path, and curiosity is rewarded upon replays when you try a different route with a different character. The section with the turtles is especially great, as the cannons allow you seemingly countless possible combinations of ways to get through the section, and finding the quickest way through feels like a mini adventure in and of itself. I welcome this kind of semi-open-ended design. Ocean Palace always stuck out to me as the proper beginning of Sonic Heroes after Seaside Hill, which has more of a tutorial feel to it by its design. The way Ocean Palace opens up and gives you more freedom to interact with it how you like, effectively taking up the training wheels, telling you to have fun, is what helps make this stage among my favorites in all of Sonic Heroes. Modern Sonic's version of Seaside Hill in Sonic Generations opens almost identically to the original, even down to including the first obstacle of the original stage with the corresponding rainbow rings. The differences become immediately apparent, however, as branching pathways open up and you suddenly catapult yourself into a much expanded version of the original stage. In my initial playthroughs of this version of Seaside Hill, every time I thought I was on the fastest possible path, I would fly up a ramp and catch a fleeting glimpse of a higher and faster path that if I had known was there, I would definitely have gone for, prompting me to go back and retry the stage to get access to that new area and see how much time it could shave off my previous attempt. Some of the access ways featured here are really imaginative, and I appreciated that aspect of this version of Seaside Hill. Of course, this version, as I alluded to before, gives way to Ocean Palace at the halfway point, and here is where you see your first and only crazy loop with multiple lanes and a monitor for each lane. These monitors are changing what they display. All but one of them are yellow, and the one that isn't yellow is green. These indicate where they will take you. If you enter a loop with a yellow monitor with a picture of the aforementioned cart from Sonic Heroes, you will enter a cart segment where you will be asked to steer clear of obstacles, jump off dash ramps, go through dash pads, collect rings, and drift around corners while keeping up your speed. You can also use Sonic's boost to make your cart move faster. This is my favorite route to take, despite the fact that it might be slightly slower. The green monitor path will take you to the sea turtles, where you will quickly navigate the platforms on the turtles' backs and run across the surface of the ocean using dash pads and Sonic's boost. This part can be tricky, if only because I was never especially good at steering Sonic accurately in sections like this going back to Sonic Unleashed. but I understand at the same time that it's a skill issue, so I can't harp on it too much. The concluding section is a really cool indoor 2D section where timing your jumps and boost are crucial to stay on the top lane. It also features crushing blocks, which add a neat timed element to the platforming challenges, which is a welcome addition in my opinion. I found myself replaying this version of Seaside Hill so many times I can't even count them. But it is a lot of fun to revisit and figure out how to best navigate it in the quickest way possible. The classic Sonic version of Seaside Hill is just as great as the modern Sonic version, but in different ways. While it doesn't have as many alternative pathways as the modern Sonic version, what it does have is a higher skill barrier to entry to those faster routes. Timing and speed modulation are absolutely key to navigating this stage effectively. There are badniks that are required to hit in order to reach the higher pathways. And while those pathways are a little slower in terms of pure speed, they more than make up for that in acting as extreme shortcuts through the stage. They actually shorten the stage quite drastically, but that's part of the fun of it because your risk of falling off that upper route is almost always there. You can't get too comfortable if you haven't yet mastered the stage layout. In that case, there is a real arcade design element to this that I really like. It's what makes the stage especially replayable. The stage finale features the large stone wheel chasing you just like it did in the original, except this time it will chase you off the track as well. It will slow down, but it will crush the obstacles that you have to jump over. If you are too slow, it will run you over and you will be stuck behind it, traveling at a snail's pace right up to the goal ring, totally ruining your perfect run if you were already going for one. During the chase, if you time a jump just right and hit the right dash ring, you will take an extreme shortcut that will take you on the fastest loop far ahead of the big stone wheel, which is a perfectly appropriate way to end a stage filled with these kinds of alternative routes. How these stages stack up against each other and ranking them is very tough. My favorite one probably has to be the classic Sonic version in Sonic Generations, maybe? I think it really depends on what I'm feeling at the moment, but the fact that there is still more I can do to even further perfect my best run of this stage owes credence to the massive amounts of replay value it offers. The modern Sonic version probably has to rank second or first, again depending on my mood. This is also an incredibly fun iteration of the original stage with all of the ways you can navigate it. It just might be the most open-ended stage in Sonic Generations, and I really like that. Third has to be the original Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace, but really, that's not exactly a knock against it. Again, much like what I said with Chemical Plant, great levels can scarcely exist if their core foundation wasn't also well designed. The first two stages in Sonic Heroes did a lot to establish the game and its mechanics, and contributed a lot to the Sonic franchise as a whole in ways that other subsequent games really didn't, and it's thanks to these stages and the way they introduced them. It seems in recent years that Sonic Heroes has started to gain a more favorable reception by audiences, which is great since I always felt this game was due a lot more credit than it received, even in the times I felt sick of the game. But since that is a topic for a different video, Sonic 06 will probably always be remembered as the game that almost killed the franchise. it left a clear cultural impact that would continue to echo through the decades after its release and subsequent critical panic. Its reputation even transcends Sonic fans, as people who have never even played the game understand it as the low watermark for unfinished or bad games. In spite of all of this, Sonic Team decided to include even this blunder into Sonic Generations as a celebration for Sonic's 20th anniversary. The stage they voted to be included in the home console version ended up being Crisis City. I won't lie, when I realized that part of this video meant that I had to go back into Sonic 06 twice to get the highest rank in the stages featured in Sonic and Shadow Generations, there was part of me that almost caved to the idea of settling for an A rank in Sonic 06. I have to do this on PlayStation 3, which, despite aiming for 60 frames per second, rarely stays there, making for an incredibly herky-jerky control experience. If I had my Xbox 360 copy, I wouldn't have considered flaking out of the S rank so easily, but on PlayStation, I was very timid. Luckily for me, I did manage to get the S rank, and it was one of my proudest achievements, if only for the fact that it was the first time I could earn an S rank in a proper action stage in Sonic 06 ever. Crisis City is a pretty broken stage in many ways. It is separated into 4 separate scenes, each requiring the console to load from scratch at the end of the previous one. The first part is a downhill boarding section, much akin to the downhill boarding in City Escape in Sonic Adventure 2. The only difference here is that the physics are very strange. It took me a few tries to understand certain basic aspects of the style's control. It seems that Sonic Team intended for the player to be holding forward on the analog stick even when boarding downhill, so if you play it in the same way like you would in Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2, and use the analog stick mostly or only for steering, as soon as you direct Sonic in a lateral direction, he will come to a sudden and complete stop while turned in that direction. I learned that the best way to control this aspect of the game is to always hold forward and roll the analog stick in the directions you want him to turn to keep your movement smooth. The other thing I learned is that jumping isn't anything like Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2. To jump, you need to hold the jump button, and when on a ramp, you have to time your release so you can get the most optimal jump for what you're aiming for. If you're trying to land on a grind rail, this can be incredibly tricky since your position on the ramp has to be very precise, and what might seem close enough, if even a little off, will reward you with the same result. Close, but not close enough. Try again. I retried this part so many times that I started to be able to judge whether or not I would be able to stick a landing or not split seconds before actually committing to a jump. To jump from one grind rail to another requires you to jump again and stick the landing. In a way, the way this particular mechanic plays out is very similar to Sonic Riders, except you're moving slowly enough to make last-second corrections, and Sonic 06, despite its strictness, is still somehow more forgiving. This first part then leads to the first of 2 platforming sections that actually presents you with a multi-track, open-ended style stage that presents you with many options with how to proceed. This was actually pretty cool and is definitely the meat and potatoes of the stage. There are some bits that feel a little jank. Getting off the grind rail to the line of rings suspended in air was weird. I would try to light dash across them after dismounting the grind rail, but my input would never register, resulting in me getting height by using the bounce bracelet and light dashing that way. The stage design is very obviously going for a similar format as those in Sonic Adventure, as I started to find new quick ways to cut through parts of the stage to save me several seconds. It's not as developed as what we got in Sonic Adventure, but I could more easily see what was being gone for with this level design after replaying it as many times as I did. The worst jank in Sonic 06 Crisis City happens in the third section, where you are in sections of road and other junk suspended in air by a fire tornado. As you approach it, there is one circular section that is excessively easy to fall off of if you aren't careful. This isn't because the platform itself, but the game shooting suddenly and without warning to its target frame rate, which speeds your movement up to where it is intended to be. But because for that whole section you've been going at half speed up to that point, it's very difficult to anticipate, and even when I was anticipating it, I would find myself flying off the platform on a few occasions. The last section is, of course, a mock speed section, and this is the most infamous of them. This is mostly because you are being chased by the aforementioned fire tornado, and while the tornado itself isn't a threat, the cars, trucks, and buildings it throws at you, as well as the stage hazards you can run into, all while the camera switches from in front of to behind Sonic, switching its perspective 3 times. At first, the prospect of finishing this without dying seemed an insurmountable task, but after realizing that I could get infinite retries whilst maintaining my time bonus after every entry, and knowing that finishing the stage with at least 120 rings would guarantee me an S rank regardless of how many points I started the section with, made for a much less stressful experience. I ended up being able to avoid damage almost completely, and I learned that I could use the light dash, which actually has a generous success rate for the minimum distance you are required to be from a line of rings. This made this mock speed section much simpler to finish. The only thing that could really trip me up was the fact that real physics calculations are being done on the destructible objects, and how they split apart and interact with the road is different every time. This makes for a great visual spectacle, especially when it forces the PlayStation 3 to its knees, absolutely crippling the frame rate and subsequently the game speed. But this random element still means that avoiding damage isn't always guaranteed with practice and memorization. It feels strange saying this, but despite the fact that this original incarnation of Crisis City suffers a lot of jank and technical issues, on top of Sonic's neutered speed he is known for in Sonic 06, I found that it was still possible to play through this level fast, and I never got tired of restarting the stage from scratch over and over again, loading times included. Fans who voted for this level to represent Sonic 06 and Sonic Generations probably had this similar experience when they decided on Crisis City, and now I totally understand why. When translating the fundamentally different gameplay style of Sonic 06 to the new boost-style gameplay, many changes needed to be made and creative liberties likewise needed to be taken. The first thing omitted by the new 3D Sonic gameplay style is the boarding section in the beginning. It's pretty easy to understand why. When you already had that featured in City Escape, you probably don't want to re-implement it lest Crisis City feel more like a retread of a previous level than something truly unique. Speaking of unique, what sets this stage apart from the others is its utilization of the Stomp ability first introduced in Sonic and the Secret Rings. there are boxes you need to break in order to access pathways later in the stage, and large geysers of lava suspending chunks of concrete in the air. You need to stomp on them in order to push them down and proceed through the stage. This more precise platforming is what really sets this iteration of Crisis City apart from the original. That isn't to say that this has zero callbacks to the original version. One of the main aspects of the original Crisis City, totally intact, is the fire tornado. What's cool about this reimagining of Crisis City is the fact that instead of running away from the tornado chasing you, this time you are chasing the tornado in the end. It's been turned into a quick step section where you are supposed to boost and quickly move left and right to stay in the high and fast tracks while avoiding the cars and other junk the tornado throws at you. It's a really cool and intense sequence that is deceptively tricky to master. There is also a small set piece where you bounce up a series of springs in the corners of a ruined skyscraper that I'm glad they kept in Sonic Generations. I'm not sure what it is, but that is one part of the original version of Crisis City that was always iconic to me. Overall, I do feel as though this version of Crisis City, it was probably what Sonic Team had in mind in terms of the feeling and flow of the original stage. While I'm sure the large 2D perspective shift in the middle of the Sonic Generations version is probably not something Sonic Team imagined, and is definitely something of a development more recent in Sonic level design, I do find myself sometimes mixing up the two versions of each stage. Every time I try to remember a section of the original, I end up wondering if that was really in the original or if it was in the remake. Still though, jumping across platforms across lava and taking an alternate route to hit a rainbow ring for more points and a boost to a higher, shorter track in the stage follows faithfully with the original. It's a great translation of the original in the new modern Sonic gameplay style. When it comes to the classic Sonic version of this stage, I don't even know where to begin. I really like the first half. There is a plethora of shortcuts you can take to get onto higher, faster tracks, and it gives you a great opportunity to play around with Sonic's spin dash physics in creative ways to help get past certain obstacles. The classic Sonic version of Crisis City is centered around the middle section of the original, where you must jump from platforms suspended in the air by the tornado. This time, however, there is a twist. The tornado can rev up and drag you in towards it, messing with your sense of control over Sonic's trajectory on the ground, but especially in the air. This can be very tricky and jarring to contend with if you don't know what you're doing. Luckily, the tornado can't hurt you, but that is obviously Sonic Team showing you mercy, as the way the platforms move and the wind direction messes with your movement can lead to an easy death just by under or overshooting a jump and not landing on the platform, falling into a bottomless pit instead. This can sometimes be a little frustrating, but with practice over time, this section, although a bit slow, can be passed with relative ease. I guess I wish I didn't have to be so careful. In other levels where something similar to this happens, there are ways to blitz through it with clever enemy placement that rewards well-timed jumps and skillful preservation of forward momentum. Here, there is a lot more care you have to take to make it to each platform safely, while also taking care not to land too close to the forward ledge of a platform, lest the wind from the tornado push you off. I've never had problems with things like head or tail winds in platforming games before, well, except for Sonic 4 Episode 2, but here it just feels a bit out of place maybe. Whenever going into the stage as classic Sonic, I always finish wishing the stage maintained more of the design philosophy it had in the first half, or at the very least, followed a similar structure of the original from Sonic 06. A fast introduction, a slower, more careful middle section, returning to a fast section. But that doesn't mean it's a bad level as it is, it's just not going to make my favorites list. Ranking these stages might be a bit controversial for some, but my favorite version of Crisis City has to be Sonic Generations' modern Sonic version. It's dynamic and tricky enough to require a certain level of practice in order to master. Its pacing feels appropriate with the fast introduction, the slower 2D platforming perspective, then switching to a high-speed quick-step race to the goal ring. I feel it stays very faithful to the structure of the original while also appropriating original elements into the new gameplay style directly in order to keep the stage thematically consistent with the original. It might have seemed like a no-brainer, but I think there was a certain extra attention to detail that helped make this version of the level feel so much like the original without feeling like it at all. My second place pick would have to be, this is the controversial part, the Sonic 06 original. Despite the wonky physics in the beginning, the jank frame rate, and questionable stability that inspires timidity more than anything else, when considering doing something outside the box or not scripted, after getting enough practice in on this stage, I actually found myself having quite a lot of fun with it. Options for traversing the stage are greater than it may appear, and the game will let you do things that the designers probably didn't prescribe. I don't think I gave this game enough credit over all these years, and as of making this video, I am very curious just how much different the Xbox 360 version of this game runs, since the footage of this game you're seeing here is entirely from the PlayStation 3. I've said a lot of things about this stage, which already implies that I like it quite a bit, so I won't harp on it much more, but after understanding this stage's inner workings better, I'm now curious to see the nuances that exist in the other stages in Sonic 06. My third place pick will have to be the classic Sonic version of the stage featured in Sonic Generations. To be fair to it, again, I don't dislike this version. As a level, it is perfectly serviceable and designed just fine. Its main problem is the tornado section. The spectacle of the tornado ripping the goalpost away from you, forcing you to continue, is a cool visual, but by introducing the wind mechanic, I can't help but to feel that it unintentionally disincentivizes going through the section of the stage quickly. I understand its aim was to capture the scene in the original where the tornado is suspending cars and chunks of road and highway in the air. It's an iconic scene. Unfortunately, I just don't see this translation working as well as it might otherwise had were it not for the lack of options for going through it fast. Or maybe I'm just not good enough at this stage yet? I don't know. Of all the stages in Sonic Unleashed to be featured in Sonic Generations, Rooftop Run would be the shoe-in to win its place in the latter to represent the former. Sonic Unleashed invented the boost-style gameplay Sonic games have been known for since 2008, and Rooftop Run just so happens to represent that style of gameplay in its purest form. But me being me, I can't just talk about the one most people know, but I also want to dedicate some time to discussing its Wii version as well, since it is contemporaneous to the version released on Xbox 360 and PS3. The Wii version is quite straightforward in its design. While it does include boost-style gameplay, the boosts come in bursts rather than continuously like it does in the HD versions. This means that each boost must be timed in a certain way to help maximize the speed at which you get through the stage, especially considering the S-rank criteria being exclusively about finishing the stage within a certain amount of time. The stage is very linear, and while there are shortcuts and other pathways you can take, they act more as ways to avoid dealing with obstacles that will slow you down. These alternate pathways are also usually scripted and execute themselves automatically, requiring little or no input from the player at all. Because of this, some might feel as though there is too much automation in this level, but the way I see it is that it is a spectacle that you earn for trying to go for the faster route to begin with. It might not be much, and it isn't perfect by any means, but it does what it can to deliver the best possible approximation of the original HD version, given the limited hardware it is running on. It contains all the main set pieces from the full version of the stage, which are either shortened or reduced in some way, and in the case of the famous clock tower sequence, switched to a 2D perspective. Surprisingly, of all the versions of Rooftop Run being compared here, the Wii version has the least amount of time spent in a 2D perspective. Not that that really means much, but it is something. The Wii version of Sonic Unleashed in general is usually treated more as a footnote when discussing the game, since it is pretty significantly cut down compared to its counterpart on the HD consoles. That, coupled with the fact that the developer for the Wii and PlayStation 2 versions of Sonic Unleashed wasn't Sonic Team, but Dimps, it is understandable why many would treat this version more like a spin-off than an actual proper full version of the game. But I do think that this version of Rooftop Run does capture successfully what a lot of the intent of the original was, while taking the liberties it needed to with respect to the hardware it was meant for. I would even argue that the fact that this was a unique version of Rooftop Run necessitates experiencing, as it does offer an experience different from the original that is worth checking out. Giant digressions aside, the strongest benefit this version of Rooftop Run has over every version of it is the drift control as Sonic. Drifting feels at its best here, making the long sweeping twists much more manageable and more intuitive to navigate while drifting at high speeds than any of the other versions. The boss fight at the end is also shortened and is simplified immensely to fighting just one enemy at the end and ramming into it while it shoots rockets at you. Simple but effective anyway. Some parts of the stage are missing, like the fountain, but as I said before, this is a cut down version of the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions of the game, so of course some sacrifices had to be made. The proper full-fat version featured on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and the dazzling visuals they have to offer are probably what people immediately imagine when they think of the Boost Sonic games in general. Rooftop Run is one of the most intense stages in Sonic Unleashed in terms of how fast it is and how much is going on. No set piece lasts for more than a couple of seconds before you're on to the next section, and because of how fast everything goes, you need reaction speeds just as quick. Level memorization is key, and once you get the flow of the level down, you start to understand all its small digressions. Again, much like the Wii version, we find ourselves in a stage which is very linear, with alternate pathways serving as arteries that bypass obstacles that slow your progress and feed back into the main route, rather than being real alternative pathways in more open-ended stages. That isn't a bad thing, however. This streamlined level design offers the player the ability to focus on what matters most to get to the best rank possible. Rapid traversal of the stage, collecting as many rings as possible, and keeping them to the end. Its design philosophy again centers around an arcade-style approach to gameplay. Knowing when to time your jumps, when to use the light dash, where to position yourself on the track, when it's time to drift, memorizing the attack patterns and timing of the mini-boss at the end of the stage, and doing all of that and more as quickly as possible. Where the Wii version requires careful application of the boosts, this version of Rooftop Run wants full throttle, all boost all the time. Because of this, it can be an intensely tricky stage to perfect, especially in the quick step section near the beginning, where memorization on when to go left and when to step right and timing those inputs are crucial to avoid making yourself look like a dunce. That's really the magic of Sega game design in general. A practice makes perfect trial and error affair that readily invites countless replays until you get it right. This includes the QTEs, which, in the lead up to the famous clock tower sequence, are a life or death affair. To call this whole experience a thrilling one would be an understatement. It's a really well-designed level, and the fact it goes for as long as it does despite the speed at which you blitz through it is actually quite impressive. The modern Sonic version of Rooftop Run in Sonic Generations so closely resembles the original version, I almost find myself misconstruing the two. Sonic Generations includes nearly all the same set pieces as the original, including the intro, the fountain area, the clock tower, and the mini-boss at the end. The main difference between the two is that there isn't a rooftop run like there is in the original version, and there is more emphasis on 2D platforming. There is a shared barrel drop sequence between the two as well, but this version is more hazardous. Pretty much everything about the original is expanded on in some way in Sonic Generations. The mini-boss appears in different sections here and more frequently, and instead of fighting the 3 robots at the end, you're fighting the robots and an airship that fires giant lasers at you. If you hit it enough times by boosting into the robots on the ground to launch them at it like you do to defeat the mini-boss in Sonic Unleashed, the airship will stall and start bleeding rings, kind of like how bosses in Sonic Colors do after you defeat them. Being that this is Sonic Generations, it does open up the level design more to more substantial alternate pathways and shortcuts through the level. It still stays faithful to the flow of the original, but thanks to the greater number of options for traversal through this version of Rooftop Run, it does feel like a larger stage overall and gives a sense of accomplishment when you're able to stay on the higher route from the beginning to the end. That added sense of excitement and taking the first rainbow ring to a pathway that completely bypasses a very slow area as opposed to a rainbow ring that takes you nowhere like in the original is an example of what I mean by this. It expands on the stage that augments it in new, exciting, but realistic ways, and I welcome that. The classic Sonic version of Rooftop Run is probably one of the trickier stages for classic Sonic in Sonic Generations, but in a positive way. In a way, it evolves the platforming ideas from Crisis City, but in ways that are, in my opinion, better suited for classic Sonic's movement than Crisis City was with the tornado section. This stage has a lot of similar platforming sections to Crisis City, with sections that have higher speed and prioritizing well-timed jumps to reach higher and faster routes similar to classic Sonic versions of Seaside Hill. This version of the stage uses a lot of motifs of the original and its modern Sonic variants, but their implementations does a lot to augment the challenges you face while running through the level. One of those elements are the swinging blades, where the 3D versions of these swinging blades swing left and right, forcing you to wait to dash or boost through a gap. The ones in classic Sonic stages swing in and out of the background and the foreground, and forcing you to time your jumps just right in order to stick the landings and not be knocked off the suspended platforms onto a lower route. It is very easy to lose a quicker route in this section of Rooftop Run compared to the other version, thanks chiefly to this opening stage hazard. The multi-lane barrel dodging in the originals are replaced with giant barrels, which you must avoid by ducking into small trenches that they roll over. What makes this version particularly interesting is that there are two different chances you get to be able to reach the higher, faster route, and they are right next to each other. I don't know if this was meant to make up for how tricky the previous section was, or maybe playtesting concluded this was necessary, but I do welcome it anyway. Maybe it's a bit easy as a result, but the subsequent track that it leads down is a lot cooler than the vanilla route. The main set piece of this version of Rooftop Run is the clock tower sequence. Of course, it had to be included in this version since it is the major centerpiece in all of the other versions. Here is where the level's climax is, however. It serves as something of a race to the clock tower, presumably against the Eggman airship. The stage requires Sonic to perform his way up the clock itself while dodging the large lasers from the same three robots faced in the original. Once you reach the clock face, you ride the minute hand, and your goal is to jump into the hub where the minute and hour hands meet and spin dash until the clock reads noon. The following sequence shows the clock face swinging outward and severely damaging the Eggman airship as Sonic runs through it, gutting it from the inside and escaping it before it explodes. It's a really cool sequence and something I found myself thinking was in the original version of the stage for a while. Of course, it can be said for all the stages in Sonic Generations, but this one in particular does seem much smaller in terms of overall length compared to the previous stages. But given the slow section in the beginning and the challenging platforming a good performance demands in the early part of the stage, definitely does offset the relatively short distance this version of Rooftop Run covers. It's more dense than it is long, and yet despite that density, alternative pathways aren't as numerous either, rendering this very similar to its Sonic Unleashed originals in terms of linearity. I did find myself replaying this stage numerous times just to get that opening segment right. Jumping from those sliding platforms suspended by cables was also tricky at first, although now I know that if you can master classic Sonic's spin dash jump, which I can't seem to get down well enough to execute it reliably, this challenge is a non-issue. But at the very least, because of my lack of spin dash jump skill, I can say it was fun trying to figure out the timing for jumps to get the right trajectory to actually stick the landing. So that's something, I suppose, right? Ranking each version of Rooftop Run, I would have to say my favorite version has to be the modern Sonic version in Sonic Generations. It takes all the best elements from the original in terms of its linearity and fast reaction-based gameplay, with the more open-ended elements and alternative pathway expansion to the stage that is often seen in many of these remade and or reimagined versions of the original stages. Trying to perfect this version of Rooftop Run was a lot of fun, and it is thanks to its arcade-style game design that Sega are so well known for. Visually, it also serves as a major improvement over the original, breathing even more life and vibrancy into the city of Spagonia, and the expansion of the mini-boss at the end of the stage, raising the stakes by introducing the Eggman airship, really helps to bring the whole experience together as something truly exciting and a fantastic spectacle to behold, especially once you've gotten all its beats down and are able to navigate it effectively enough to no longer have your momentum halted by anything. In second place has to be the Sonic Unleashed original. This stage is so well designed for an early boost game that it's hard to deny that it holds up well even now. Despite being much more linear than modern boost Sonic games, its fast pace and reliance on quick reflexes and reactions to obstacles, essentially demanding the player to anticipate the next thing before it happens, makes this a really great experience. The emphasis on boosting as much as possible, collecting as many rings as possible to keep your boost gauge filled, and not getting hit to keep your potentially insane high ring count bonus at the end of the stage make this, again, an amazing arcade-style action stage that, when completed most effectively, is an amazing spectacle to behold. PlayStation frame rate issues aside, this version still looks great, and the field of view blur effect present at the clock tower section of the stage is still stunning to look at now. A remarkable experience, considering this is a yesteryear game at this point. Next on the ranking list has to be the Wii Sonic Unleashed version. Of course, pared down from the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions, this is still an excellent version of the original stage in its own right. There is still enough spectacle and enough reliance on quick player reaction times to make this for a reasonably challenging experience. Not all the visuals hold up, but I am continually surprised just how good this looks for a game of its level of ambition. I will always have a soft spot for this version of Sonic Unleashed because it's the one I grew up knowing, but there is still a lot of fun to be had with this one, especially if you're going for the S rank. Ranking last, then, is the classic Sonic version of the stage. By no means is this a bad version of Rooftop Run. The main issue this version has is that it just doesn't leave as strong an impression as the others. And that is taking into account the fact that you smash an airship with the face of a giant clock tower. The competition here is so strong that even that couldn't bump this up the ranking in the face of blistering fast action. But this is still a great stage, and among the classic Sonic stages on offer in Sonic Generations, definitely stands out as being among the more creative with its set pieces and platforming challenges. Planet Wisp rounds out the stage lineup in Sonic Generations and was hot off the press when the game was released, as Sonic Colors was released exclusively for the Wii not long before. The original Planet Wisp consists of a series of different stages that culminates in a boss fight. When going from Sonic Generations back to Sonic Colors, I concluded that the Sonic Generations version of Planet Wisp were more closely associated with Planet Wisp's opening stage. The original version of Planet Wisp has an opening that really puts what you learned in the tutorial stages to a real test. The first few seconds of Planet Wisp have you boosting, drifting, taking the higher route, and switching lanes with incredible rapidity to grab the red ring. The 3D section leads to a 2D style, which splits into lanes which don't necessarily serve as shortcuts, but instead as alternative routes to earn more points. This is the core design philosophy of Sonic Colors, and it is centered around the Wisps. Every planet has their own Wisps that you can use to navigate their stages, and in Planet Wisp's case, you have Rocket and Spike. Spike acts like a sticky permanent spin dash where you can stick to walls and the ceiling to collect rings, destroy boxes, and proceed to other parts of the stage sooner and more easily than if you were Sonic alone. The Rocket Wisp allows Sonic to blast high into the air and break the designated floor panels to access upper tracks. Planet Wisp spends the majority of its time in a 2D perspective, but it does occasionally go back to 3D, especially for the quick step section as part of the stage's home stretch. Mastery of this stage requires quick thinking, sharp timing, and efficient use of the Wisps in order to not only get through the stage quickly, but also to get the required number of points if you want the coveted S rank. I didn't realize how much about this stage I totally forgot in the decade plus since I last played it. A vanilla playthrough is fine, but repeat playthroughs proved the stage to be a lot more fun. Once you get a handle on all the different routes you can take within the stage and you develop the skill to access those places, repeat playthroughs to get the eventual S rank are extremely satisfying. Because of how the Sonic Generations version of Planet Wisp is structured, I can't go without mentioning one of the later acts in the original Planet Wisp. This stage focuses more on verticality, testing the player's skills at using the Wisp powers effectively. Rocket, Spike, and Hover powers are all available here, assuming you've unlocked the Hover Wisp before coming to Planet Wisp. This is a relatively short stage where the challenge is to rack up as many points as possible by collecting rings using the Wisp power-ups and destroying enemies relatively quickly. The goal ring is at the top of the stage, and there is a bottomless pit you can fall down if you're not careful. There is a strong sense of risk versus reward here, however. There are plenty of opportunities to go straight for the goal ring to, for lack of a better term, cash out early and try your luck to see if you hit the minimum point threshold for the S rank. Or you can take the trickier route, more dangerous routes that can also yield you a higher score depending on your mastery of the Wisp powers. There is a central hub near the top where there are a number of platforms with Eggman robots on them that will shoot at you. The camera pulls out very far, allowing you to see the whole scene, allowing you to act quickly before the robots have a chance to blast you. This part also shows just how much distance you can get out of the homing attack, as it is probably longer than any other iteration of it I've ever experienced. The platforming here also indicates another aspect of Sonic's movement that has returned after its long hiatus since Sonic Blast on the Game Gear, and that is the double jump. This level design, while it does definitely indicate that it was designed around the idea that Sonic has a double jump, the double jump won't necessarily be your get out of jail free card like the double jump typically serves in so many other platformer games. That isn't to say that these stages can't be cheesed, because they definitely can, and I would say that that might be one of the flaws in Sonic Colors game design, but the stage itself is still great, and I appreciate it a lot more now than I did when I was a kid. When it comes to the way I remembered Planet Wisp, it would definitely be the modern Sonic version of it in Sonic Generations. Of all the stages adapted from the originals to Sonic Generations, Planet Wisp stands out to me as being the least similar to its original. Despite this, it is still extremely easy for me to misconstrue the two versions, mainly thanks to their shared aesthetic. Basically, the modern Sonic version of Planet Wisp is a totally different level with a near exact match in visual aesthetics. One thing that I really like about the modern Sonic version of the stage is the visual storytelling. You start out in a meadow that gradually gives way to Eggman's large industrial center, harkening back to the original environmental and conservation themes of the original Mega Drive games. And I can see an argument for how it might tell this story better visually than the original version of Planet Wisp can, at least Act 1. That being said, Planet Wisp in Sonic Generations as a whole is considered by many to be a bit of a low point, particularly thanks to the stage's overall length. Modern Sonic Planet Wisp can take nearly 10 minutes to finish on a first playthrough, or for those who struggle with platform games in general. My best time in this version of Planet Wisp is just over 6 minutes. For a lot of people, even that kind of length is too much for a Sonic level. For me, I actually really enjoy this version. For some reason, I found myself going back to replay it, thanks to having found an alternate pathway that I missed and wanted to try to reach. Every time I found a new pathway, I noticed how I could cut several seconds off my previous time in every subsequent checkpoint, and just seeing that was very enticing. It made me want to chase an even faster time. I think that's a sign of a well-designed level to some degree, but maybe that's just preference. If you're playing it for the first time, you're certainly not likely to be left with the best first impression. While the first half of this stage is promising, the second half is where it can lose a lot of people. Once you reach Eggman's industrial facility, the stage turns into a vertical climb, which tests your platforming skills as well as your situational awareness. You use the Rocket Wisp here exclusively, and you use it to blast through weak barriers in the ceiling to continue your climb. This section also features a fairly extensive use of trams that you must use to gain access to other areas that take you to higher parts of the tower. This part can be pretty slow if you opt to travel on these trams cautiously. Why cautiously? That's because if you are too careless, you risk falling off one of these platforms and falling back to a lower level, effectively costing you a lot of time in the process, since getting back to that point isn't exactly quick. It's mainly because of this that I think some people believe that this stage overstays its welcome. Whenever this happens to me, I find myself opting to restart the whole level. That's not to suggest that that's a solution, but the quick, repeated practice of this stage helps me to get into the rhythm of it to the point that things that once seemed challenging are now pretty easy. I guess one could argue that the way I interacted with this stage and falling is very much akin to if the lower levels of the tower were simply a bottomless pit, but I do appreciate the fact that Sonic Team shook the urge to do what Dimps definitely would have. Despite my first run of Sonic Generations Planet Wisp being a little over 8 minutes in length, I remember thinking that it was a lot better than I remembered. There were so many branching pathways and so many areas that required a certain level of skill and timing that made me look forward to revisiting it. Knowing that it was my mistakes and my lack of knowledge of the stage layout that took me so long to finish it. Coming back to practice and learning the layout better, for me, was what made this version of Planet Wisp so interesting to me. There were so many secrets, and I wanted to find them. The big saw blades and rockets are your biggest obstacles, and they force you to time your jumps and spring bounces in order to avoid knockback, which can totally ruin your run through the upper routes and push you to lower, slower ones. But that is what helps to make this stage challenging, which is why I think it's perfectly acceptable to have these obstacles included. After all, Planet Wisp is the final stage in Sonic Generations. The only part of this version of Planet Wisp I have any real issue with is the quick step section. In the original version, you catapult yourself onto the long multi-lane track where you are asked to boost across and switch lanes at high speed lest you fall down a hole to a lower lane or to the water below. This is really fun, and because once you get this section down, it's extremely satisfying to be able to move deliberately and grab the red ring before launching into the next section of the course. It's so fun. I was hoping that this would also be included in the Sonic Generations version. To my luck, it was, but I was also a little disappointed by it. The track itself isn't a problem, but instead the way Sonic changes lanes in these lane change sections strikes again. I am so used to Sonic's movement in these auto-running sections in the Wii games that going from that to any HD version is a bit jarring. In the Wii games, Sonic is set to certain fixed positions he is allowed to occupy. If at first he is between two, one lane change input will correct that, and he will revert to the lanes he is meant to occupy. When you have auto-running sections like those in Sonic Colors or Sonic Unleashed, this kind of fixed movement is perfect. Leaving the Wii, however, Sonic's movement feels more analog. Even though there are only 3 fixed lanes, a lane change input can still land Sonic between those 2 lanes, leading to Sonic falling off the track. What's perplexing about this movement is that it isn't like it is with Shadow Generations, which in a lot of ways is an improvement over the lane switch movement in Sonic Generations. After finishing this game 3 times for this video on 2 different platforms, I still haven't managed to get a real feel for this wonky lane change issue. Because of this issue, this section of Planet Wisp in Sonic Generations just doesn't play as well as I feel it should have. Which is a real bummer because it looks really cool and appears to be a near one-to-one replica of what is in Sonic Colors, with more advanced lighting effects, higher polygon counts, and smoother frame rate. That one grievance aside, this is still a really fun stage and one of my favorites in Sonic Generations. Now we get to the classic Sonic version of Planet Wisp, and I have to say that this has to be my least favorite classic Sonic stage in all of Sonic Generations. As is the case with the modern Sonic version, classic Sonic's version of this stage starts in a grassy meadow, travels into the industrial area built up by Eggman, and concludes on the other side in another grassy meadow. It's a nice bit of storytelling in a visual sense, if only the stage was more pleasant to go through. It has its moments, but after playing through this and rewatching my best run of it, I can't help but to think that this stage is kind of a mess, and it has mostly to do with the Spike Wisp power. As I said before, the original version of Planet Wisp features Rocket and Spike as the main Wisp powers. Both of these powers are utilized quite effectively in Sonic Colors and do a lot to add to the variety of ways you can interact with elements of the stage. The utilization of Rocket in the modern Sonic versions of the stage were used extensively, and while there wasn't as much in the way of spatial and situational awareness to use as in Sonic Colors, it was still immensely satisfying to use. Spike for Sonic Colors has a lot of potential, but unfortunately does not live up to its Sonic Colors counterpart. The problem here lies in its movement. It's hard to explain in specific terms, but Spike takes a much longer time to spool up when trying to spin dash, and is very sluggish moving normally. That coupled with its heavy jump, it's a much less pleasant experience than its original iteration. This in itself wouldn't be a major issue if it weren't for the fact that this entire stage is built around extensive use of Spike. You will probably spend the majority of your time in this form, and because of the aforementioned sluggishness of its movement, it can sometimes take an eternity to accomplish something that you would have been able to do in mere seconds in Sonic Colors. It feels so imprecise and always seems to persist when you would rather not have it and expire when you need it the most. It's really too bad because there are some interesting ideas introduced here, especially with the gears. Spike's spikes can act like teeth in a gear, and using this power-up you can move these gears to open pathways in the stage. This becomes necessary later on for the progression, and it really is a neat idea. You can even use the spin dash to move these gears very quickly, which is, again, really cool. I just wish Spike handled better or there were alternatives built into the stage to not require the use of it. Sonic Colors, a game which invented the Wisp power-up mechanic for modern Sonic games, has these kinds of pathways built into its stages. It's surprising to me that Sonic Generations doesn't. Ranking these stages is pretty easy for me. The original Planet Wisp from Sonic Colors is king. It is a huge level with so many combinations of ways to traverse it. It offers a number of options for the player to choose the way they wish to proceed. Your routes influence which Wisp power-ups you use and your approach angle to the goal ring. These pathways do intersect, but because it's so seamless, every time the journey to these intersections feels like a mini adventure. It's such a cool level, and when you're able to get through the speedy sections fast, you kind of end up feeling like a master of the game, and that is a great feeling. Second place is the modern Sonic version of Planet Wisp. In its own right, it is incredibly memorable too. It offers seamlessly intersecting alternative pathways, much in the spirit of the original, whilst also making some of those pathways shortcuts. While the use of Wisp power-ups are forced from my experience, their integration into the level design here is creative enough to give the rocket a slightly different personality than it did in the original. When you're able to use Rocket most optimally, the second half of the stage really can have its length shortened pretty significantly. The skill requirement might be a little higher than expected in some cases, but it feels rewarding once you're able to execute it, especially execute it reliably on subsequent runs. In last place, we have the classic Sonic version of Planet Wisp. It introduces a couple of interesting ideas that really show promise, and while it isn't a bad level, I did get the sense coming away from it that it did feel a bit messy in comparison to the classic Sonic stages. The compulsory use of the Spike Wisp is the main issue, as Spike's sluggish and heavy movement impedes stage progression in a way that Spike's original incarnation never quite did. The fact that a pretty rough performance of this stage can still yield you an S rank serves as a reminder for how forgiving the ranking system in Sonic Generations is, and at this point is kind of an act of mercy. A congratulations for having made it through classic Sonic's Planet Wisp in one piece. It is amazing just how different these stages play from each other from one game to the next. Of course, it's a given in a post-boost era world for Sonic games with the boost gameplay style that they will play fundamentally different from the originals, and that the stage designs will have to follow suit in order to accommodate it. But I was surprised that even within the boost games themselves, there are certain nuances between them that make them play differently to each other. Sonic Unleashed is all about boosting all the time except for the Wii version, which is about timing your boost bursts more effectively. Sonic Colors is more about using the boost in strategic places to keep your momentum or to access higher points within the stages to access more places where you can farm Wisp power-ups for points to reach the S rank at the end of the stage. Sonic Generations is somewhere in between Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Colors, but closer in general to Sonic Unleashed. One of the things I was most curious about when undertaking this exercise was testing the claims by others about Sonic Heroes gameplay being a kind of prototype for the boost gameplay. I personally do not see that after playing the 3 different versions of Seaside Hill and the 2 versions of Rail Canyon, which we'll get to later. Maybe a more in-depth analysis of this is necessary, but back to back, I wasn't seeing it in the way I interacted with the gameplay as the Speed character especially. Comparing the original stage designs to their generation's counterparts has been fascinating, as it served to emphasize just how much Sonic games and level designs have evolved and expanded over the years since the original stages were made. With the exception of Planet Wisp, which was still new and therefore less an expansion and more of a reimagining, the other stages saw a great amount of growth and additional depth that I really appreciated. With only a couple of hiccups here and there, Sonic Generations as a package meant to celebrate Sonic's history from 1991 to 2011, I think is a successful one. And while the newer stages could never replace the personality and charm of the original versions, yes, even Crisis City, I will say that these newer versions are still a ton of fun to replay and, in their own right, carry their own unique charm and identity. And in the long run, I think that is a greater compliment to their quality than anything. Shadow Generations follows in the tradition of Sonic Generations, as it serves to be a retrospective look at the Sonic franchise through Shadow's own adventures across the games that included him. Well, most of them. To get the elephant in the room out of the way, Shadow's own game, 2005's Shadow the Hedgehog, does not have a stage featured in Shadow Generations. Instead, we get Chaos Island from Sonic Frontiers, a game that doesn't include Shadow as a main playable character. Shadow the Hedgehog instead serves as the main vehicle in laying the groundwork for Shadow Generations' plot, the main part of that being the inclusion of Black Doom as the game's main antagonist. That being the case, the lack of inclusion of any specific stages from Shadow the Hedgehog is forgivable. In the grand scheme of things, I'm not sure how one would include a stage from Shadow the Hedgehog anyway, since the surrounding stages might render one from Shadow the Hedgehog a bit redundant in a thematic sense. In addition to that, I do believe that using Shadow the Hedgehog as a base for the plot of Shadow Generations helps to make sense of a lot of the continuity issues that exist between the Sonic games. We learn about what was behind Professor Gerald's construction of the space colony Ark, what Maria was doing on the Ark, the purpose behind Project Shadow, why it was called Project Shadow, what the purpose was for collaborating with Black Doom and the Black Arms, what went wrong with the Bio Lizard, and why the Eclipse Cannon was created, and why the military and government allowed it to be created and didn't see it as a threat. There is a bit of social commentary about this and the origins of these scientific feats that is very relevant to real life. Professor Gerald wished to study an artifact he found at an archaeological site, but could only get funding for his research from the military because he knew it was a weapon and Gunn wanted research to be done to figure out how to use it as a weapon. This sets the tone for the course of the end of Professor Gerald's life, as the only way he can do the research he wants to do, which is for the betterment of humankind, is by agreeing to do research that, for the most part, is aimed at the self-serving interests of those whose function is to destroy humankind. The Ark was constructed and helped to serve as a place where Gerald's granddaughter Maria could stay to keep the symptoms of her chronic disease at bay while Gerald researched for a cure. Meanwhile, Gunn would become increasingly demanding for results on the weapons research, which would culminate in Gerald handing over the world-destroying artifact, understood to be Emerald from Sonic Battle, to them, as well as the development of the Eclipse Cannon. The Eclipse Cannon itself is another world-destroying weapon, which was deliberately designed with such a capability to serve as a deterrent for use at all by Gunn or any government or agency at all. Professor Gerald would begin Project Shadow at the behest of the president, who would make a request of Gerald off the record, wishing for him to find a pathway for immortality. It would be called Project Shadow because Gerald believed that immortality was akin to chasing shadows. But Gerald would accept this request in hopes that pursuing this research might expedite the development of a cure for Maria. The biolizard was experimented on first as a normal salamander that would slowly mutate into a giant destructive monster that suffered in unending pain and misery. Gerald, thus, had the biolizard, dubbed the prototype to the ultimate life form, sealed in a secluded chamber in the Ark so the Ark's inhabitants could exist in relative safety without having to worry about the biolizard rampaging in their workspaces or living quarters. The deal with Black Doom was made so that Gerald could have a more stable organism that could handle the power of what is presumed to be a Chaos Emerald to enable his research to find the cure to Maria's disease. However, the nature of this deal meant Gerald had to agree to allow Black Doom to use Shadow as a weapon to wipe out humanity on Earth in 50 years when the Black Comet returns. Thanks to Gerald having already developed the Eclipse Cannon in an attempt to appease Gunn, he had also inadvertently created humanity's means of protection against a threat they didn't know existed. Project Shadow would only mature just shortly before Gunn would raid the Ark after Gerald had failed to meet their research expectations, although the official story was that they were responding to an accident that had occurred during research on the Ark. This would result in shutting down the Ark and the death of Maria. Professor Gerald had long since become estranged from his family by this point, with the exception of Maria. A sentence in his journal starts with "my son" crossed out and replaced with "Maria's parents," which indicates that fact. The dispute came from the opinions of Gerald's family that Maria had been kept on the Ark for too long without a cure in sight, and they wanted her back down on Earth, but Gerald refused. Gerald saw it as a death sentence for her to go back, and since she was getting along just fine on the Ark and with her systems at bay thanks to the lower gravity on board the Ark, there was no need to hasten her return to Earth. Once Maria was killed and the Ark's function completely shut down, and funding all dried up, Gerald had nothing left to live for. He spent the remaining days before his execution plotting revenge against humanity, allowing Gunn to seize Shadow, not knowing that should Gunn choose to awaken him to be used as a weapon against other nations, Shadow would set out instead to destroy the entire world. It would only be thanks to Shadow's close relationship with Maria that Shadow would make a promise to Maria that would break him out of Gerald's self-described insane revenge plot and execute the mission he was always meant to in the first place: protect and save humankind. There are a lot of real-world implications in this plot. Especially in America, a disturbingly large amount of scientific discoveries and research projects are done to serve the military-industrial complex. And Professor Gerald is among the many who have to walk that tightrope of maintaining that continued funding by delivering the product their beneficiaries demand, whilst also finding applications for those products to help enable further research for the real betterment and advancement of human society. For Gerald, this meant trying to find a cure for a disease that afflicted his granddaughter and that could be used for others. It also meant the development of a means for humanity to protect itself against existential threats that conventional technology wouldn't be able to match. There is a strong irony here, especially in Shadow and the Eclipse canon, where both were, at least at some point in the process of their creation, by design, were created to destroy the world and humanity, but in so doing, were also forces that helped save the world and humanity. Even when the Black Arms used the Eclipse cannon against Central City in an attempt to destroy the capital and all who were in it, including the president, it proved totally ineffective in an act of evil as opposed to an act of good when bringing absolute destruction to the Black Comet and Devil Doom. Shadow was originally conceptualized as a way for Gerald to find a cure for an incurable chronic disease, but compromised that intention to make the project possible by agreeing to a deal with Black Doom to let Shadow be used as Black Doom's weapon in 50 years in order to get the DNA Gerald needed to make his Project Shadow possible. This series of decisions by Professor Gerald had a complicated web of consequences, and while they ultimately spelled the end for him, it opened up a future where ultimately, despite some of the tumultuous events that occurred as a consequence of these decisions, gave humanity a fighting chance for survival, which was at least one of his goals. Bringing it back to real-life science research and funding for that research and the way it is used by those who fund it, this sort of story is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Of course, this is a science fiction kind of story, but it is very much possible that this kind of story has occurred several times over the course of human history, and yet we aren't all entirely aware of this problem. The fact that scientific advancement has to be justified by proving it can either be used to kill people in war or make someone a lot of money must have some kind of effect on those who actually care about their research and want to do so for the sake of it. And we see a worst case scenario of those effects on someone through Professor Gerald's story. It's a very interesting angle to take, but it's also the most grounded and believable one that only someone like Ian Flynn could come up with for a plot to a Sonic game. I've always been a fan of his much more grounded writing style, and I'm glad that he decided to tackle this backstory and explanation as opposed to the writers of Sonic Forces and Sonic Colors and Sonic Lost World, who would most certainly have done more damage to the continuity than anything else. Not to say that they are bad, but the betrayal to Tails' character in Sonic Forces will never be forgotten. I know I talked at length about the backstory to Shadow Generations, and indeed I haven't even addressed the game's actual story. To be honest about that, the story of Shadow Generations itself has a great write-up and analysis in King K's video about Sonic X Shadow Generations. It says pretty much everything I wanted to say about it, so I would highly recommend that video for an in-depth discussion about the game's story. Everything I just discussed actually comes from in-game collectibles you can find, making it entirely optional supplemental material, and the fact that they put that much effort into something many players might not even bother unlocking, I think is a testament to the quality of Shadow Generations in general, and this is especially so if you are someone who has followed the stories of the Sonic games since Sonic Adventure. The plot here does a lot to rectify elements of previous games' stories that seemed either inconsistent or full of plot holes, and it does so with minimal, if any, retcons, and as a lifelong Sonic fan, I deeply appreciate that. The supplemental material consisting of further world building for the series in general is very reminiscent of the PDAs you can collect in Doom Eternal. It carries a lot of the same energy, even in the aspect of collecting these materials to begin with, which is through gameplay. Shadow Generations, despite sharing its generation's namesake with its precursor Sonic Generations, does play quite differently. The first thing immediately noticeable to anyone starting Shadow Generations is that Shadow is a lot more agile than Sonic. The sense of momentum that exists in Sonic Generations, which results in Sonic feeling extremely heavy at low speeds, is gone, and instead Shadow feels similar to the way he might have in a version of Sonic 06 that was actually finished. He gets up to speed relatively quickly, but can stop on a dime without using his Stomp move, a move which carries over from Sonic Generations. Additionally, Shadow's lateral movement is a lot sharper and quicker feeling, similar to the adventure-style controls. This makes Shadow a lot more maneuverable in precision platforming sections of levels, opening the game up for more varied and dynamic level designs. Shadow's moveset is also expanded on in multiple ways. The first is that he has a double jump much like Sonic's from Sonic Colors. The double jump does a lot to help add variety to the way you can navigate stages, more than simply serving as an extra jump to correct a misjudged jump. One of my favorite things to do is in Act 1 of Radical Highway, there is a pathway that opens up halfway up a scaffolding tower that leads to a shortcut and a box key. The springs will bounce you to the top of the tower to the highway roads above for the normal route, but it is possible to interrupt your upward momentum by hitting the double jump while ascending from the spring bounce to allow you quicker access through that gap. Shadow also has instant access to his Chaos Spear, and it works very similarly to how it did in Sonic 06, but with some added helpful features. The Chaos Spear can be activated by pressing the top face button, and if that button is held, Shadow can lock on to up to 5 enemies or objects at a time. Objects like boxes and balloons will break, and enemies when hit will be stunned. If an enemy has an area of denial attack or a shield that can damage you. Hitting them with a Chaos Spear will cause them to temporarily lose that ability while being stunned, opening them up to attack. Normal enemies, too, are also stunned and cannot attack. Shadow's homing attack also works very differently from Sonic's. Shadow's homing attack works similarly to the way he uses it in the opening FMV for Shadow the Hedgehog, where he will teleport to the enemy and hit it upon appearing at them. This might not sound particularly special, but there are occasions where Shadow can use this to access parts of levels that are barred off, especially early in the game. The Chaos Spear ends up taking the place of the Light Dash, which is not included at all in Shadow's moveset. Shadow does have Chaos Control, however, which is an incredibly useful tool for navigating stages, avoiding obstacles, and making S ranks easier to obtain, at least in the normal versions of the challenge acts and the regular stages. The Chaos Control is charged by destroying enemies or breaking open capsules that completely fill the gauge. Once full, the left trigger will activate the Chaos Control, which will temporarily stop time. This also means obstacles and moving platforms stop in their places, and enemies that are only vulnerable to attacks when stunned or have an area of denial ability will have their effects paused and or make them vulnerable to attack without needing to be stunned. In stages, there are also green orbs that, if you run into them while using Chaos Control, will quickly take you to an automated route, which can bring you to a new section of the stage while skipping entire other sections. Depending on how good your run is up to that point in the stage, these will almost guarantee you an S rank, as it compounds the effect of Chaos Control's stopping the timer on top of quickly bringing you to a faster part of the stage, grabbing rings and sometimes collection box keys along the way. Challenge acts help to serve as tutorials, which force you to use and acquire a certain level of mastery over the use of Chaos Control, which can translate directly into the regular stages, which can make for stage completion results that are very satisfying. One of the main plot elements of Shadow Generations is Black Doom's quest to power Shadow up to be even stronger and more destructive for Black Doom's use to destroy humankind. Through the story, then, Shadow will acquire more power-ups and abilities to help him navigate the stages. One of these is the Doom Crusher, which is a move that allows Shadow to attack Black Arms soldiers and use them to destroy other weaker enemies and to access other parts of stages that would otherwise be inaccessible. The use of this ability is very easy, using only the left face button to initiate the homing attack, and then the left analog stick to aim where you want to blast the alien. Later Black Arms soldiers will have an attack where they fire red translucent panels at you, which need to be destroyed with the Chaos Spear. While these aliens don't necessarily require being stunned to attack, it doesn't hurt to. The simple introduction of these upgraded enemies requiring you to use more of the gameplay mechanics is something that I really enjoyed and continue to enjoy. The inclusion of these enemies in previous stages, where upon your initial runs you couldn't use these abilities, makes for a welcome expansion to replay value of these early stages. It's akin to the sentiment in the design of Sonic and the Secret Rings, except this time with perfectly seamless implementation. Another power-up that becomes absolutely essential is the Doom Surf. This one activates automatically once Shadow comes into contact with water. It allows Shadow to surf on the water at a pretty high speed. In this form, Shadow can jump off ramps and gain access to other parts of stages, and he can surf through large blue rings which give him a short speed boost. The left and right bumpers will initiate a respective strafe to either the right or left, and the steepness of the angle he strafes can be controlled further by using the analog stick. This works essentially like the quick step mechanic as Sonic in his Boost games. The strafe move is also an attack, however, and it can be used against bosses to deflect projectiles back at them and do additional damage. And in levels, it can be used to break boxes. Speaking of quick step mechanics, Shadows is a great improvement on Sonic's from Sonic Generations. Where before Sonic's quick step moved Sonic at a fixed but uncertain value relative to the amount of space available on the track, here Shadow's quick step is more analog. Holding the left or right bumpers will make Shadow continue in that direction until you let go. It's very intuitive, and it makes for certain levels to feel a lot more free-flowing in terms of how you move through them, and less herky-jerky and reliant on guesswork. My favorite power-up given to Shadow by Black Doom is the Doom Morph power-up. Perhaps Nintendo fans, particularly those familiar with Splatoon, might recognize this one. There are some areas both in the open zone and in the stages themselves which have purple orbs and purple goo on the floor and ceilings of some parts of them. By himself, Shadow can't travel over this sticky substance very quickly at all. In fact, his pace halts to a crawl. The only real effective way to travel across this goop is to use this power-up. This transforms him into some kind of squid-like creature, which can swim very quickly across the goop, seemingly effortlessly. Using the right trigger can give you a short boost, which can be spammed for even quicker traversal. You can jump and you can shoot something resembling a grappling hook at the purple orbs to swing and launch from either greater distance or altitude. This power-up is easily lost, however. As soon as Shadow touches anything that isn't related to the purple goop, he will return to his normal form, and the only way this power-up can be reactivated is if Shadow jumps through a different purple orb, which actually appears indigo when the power-up is not in effect. Prematurely losing this power-up can result in the closing off of faster sections of stages, so this power-up, probably more than any of the others, really demands a fairly high degree of mastery of the player in order to use it effectively. Luckily, there are a number of obstacles in the open zone hub where you can get ample practice in using this ability on top of the challenge stages, which have a couple missions requiring you to use it. When you're able to get the rhythm and flow of using this power-up down, it feels excessively satisfying, and obstacles that would otherwise be momentum halting to an extreme degree can be turned into something akin to a high-speed parkour course, and it is a ton of fun, even if it's the same obstacle course over and over again. Most noticeably of the Doom power-ups is the Doom Wing. This power-up easily has the greatest potential for breaking stages in half. Similar to Supersonic, the Doom Wing can only be activated after collecting 50 rings. Once you collect at least 50 rings, you press the left and right bumpers and the power-up activates. But it will continually drain your rings 1 per second until it reaches 0, upon which time you lose that power-up completely. Again, much like Supersonic. When you have the Doomwing activated, it allows you to do a number of different things. You can jump slightly higher and you fall a little bit slower. Boosting when airborne allows Shadow to glide for an extended period of time. The glide does expire, but seems to regenerate either after landing briefly or collecting more rings. While gliding, the Doomwing can destroy enemies easily by crashing into them, much like the Doom Surf. Doomwing can also strafe left and right, using the corresponding right and left bumpers to perform. Not only to perform a quick step left and right, but also as a way to parry attacks by enemies in boxes and deflect those attacks back at the enemy to do additional damage. The Doomwing has the most obvious potential to break levels in half simply because of the level skip advantage it gives the player, and while this is true and a godsend in Radical Highway, at the same time, even stages as early as the Space Colony Arc stages have routes built into them specifically designed for the use of the Doomwing. Discovering this route made me realize just how much improved the level design in Shadow Generations is over other Sonic games. Last but not least, Shadow does have his boost, but instead of the boost Sonic has in Sonic Generations, Shadow's boost is much more similar to that of Sonic's in Sonic Frontiers. It can still blast through enemies and give Shadow a mid-air boost when needed, but its acceleration is much more tempered compared to the 0 to light speed boost in the older Sonic games featuring the boost mechanic. Shadow's boost is tied to a gauge that is filled by collecting rings. Since there is a plethora of rings within every stage, it's not a difficult task to keep your boost at all times. Although I noticed some scripted sections within some levels in Shadow Generations that won't allow you to boost. But this isn't exactly new, since even some sections in Sonic Unleashed also have scripted sections where boosting just isn't possible. I guess now is as good a time as any to start talking about how the level designs have changed from their original counterparts. Aside from the Chaos Island stages, which take certain liberties, which we will get to later, the rest of the stages in Shadow Generations pull from stages featured in Sonic games, including Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, Sonic 06, and Sonic Forces. The conclusion I ended up coming to after playing the original and Shadow Generations versions of the levels made me realize just how great Shadow Generations really is as a game. But let's start from the beginning of Shadow Generations. Upon revisiting Sonic Adventure 2 earlier in the year, I couldn't help but to feel that of all the speed style stages in the game, not only did Sonic get a higher proportion of those levels in the game, but Shadow's levels also paled in comparison to Sonic's with only a couple of highlights. Final Chase is not one of those highlights, unfortunately. What is supposed to be the conclusion to the dark story in Sonic Adventure 2 with a mad dash to the Eclipse Cannon to catch Sonic ends up being more of a slog than I think the developers intended, especially if you're going for the A rank. Final Chase consists mostly of sloped platforms connected by grind rails with a surprisingly low enemy count, consisting mostly of gun robots and artificial chaos. The main gimmick here are these green gravity cylinders which pull Shadow into their field, changing his orientation and forcing him to orbit them. The physics here can be a little jank, since you can't be too sure how strong the gravitational pull of these cylinders is, and you can't be too sure just how close you have to be in order to be pulled in, and how far away you have to be in order to not be pulled in. The speed of Shadow's orbit can also make timing jumps quite tricky, especially at the end of a stage when you're trying to hit the spring to launch you to the goal ring. Luckily, your A rank isn't tied so much to your finishing time, and thereby, as long as you defeat as many enemies as possible, finish with a good number of rings, and perform whatever stunts you can in the stage to get the score bonuses. But overall, Final Chase is a pretty slow stage, but if you can become proficient at it, it can still be pretty fun. The Space Colony Arc stages in Shadow Generations are easily a vast improvement over the original Final Chase stage. The reason why I didn't choose any of the Arc stages from Shadow the Hedgehog is mostly because I could find more points of similarity between the Sonic Adventure 2 stages, including Final Rush, than I could with any of the stages from Shadow the Hedgehog, although I might see an argument for the idea that the Arc stages in Shadow the Hedgehog are themselves improvements over what Shadow had in Sonic Adventure 2, but that's beside the point. Shadow Generations Arc stages come in 2 acts. The first one is a straightforward 3D stage. It has all the hallmarks of the original Final Chase stage, and some callbacks to Final Rush as well. What I really liked about this stage is that there is about as much of a percentage of the stage spent in the interior of the arc as well as the exterior. While Final Chase does have some parts spent on the interior of the arc, these sections are very few, and you spend probably a handful of seconds in them. In Shadow Generations, here you spend much more significant time inside parts of the arc as you chase Doom's Eye, while not only keeping the original obstacles and enemies from Sonic Adventure 2, it also borrows the lasers that close off sections of the stage to you. These lasers, when touched, damage you, but in Shadow Generations it is very clear that there is an alternative pathway behind them. Since Shadow's homing attack is a teleportation, as long as there's an enemy on the other side of these laser barriers, he can pass through them effortlessly. While I haven't thought to try it, Chaos Control can probably allow Shadow to walk through them as well, but I might be wrong about that. This stage also introduces giant lethal projectiles. Throughout the stage, there are these cannons that are integrated into the walls and floors of the stage, which fire in fixed intervals. Despite these being slow-moving projectiles, if you touch them, they will do damage. However, if you use Chaos Control, they will stop, and they can make for makeshift platforms to help you reach alternative pathways in the stage. This is really cool, especially in Act 1 in story mode, when you are met with a pathway that can be accessed with using the Doom Wing, but since you don't have it, if you time Chaos Control properly, you can still reach it by running across the giant projectiles. This stage also introduces you to the Doom Zone version of Radical Highway, which recurs through a handful of the other first acts of certain stages. This section follows visual themes of Radical Highway and is generally very trippy. But even here, there are some alternative pathways that, if you follow them, can really save you a lot of time reaching the goal ring. You have to keep an eye out for them though, and in cases like Space Colony Arc Act 1, accessing these pathways isn't exactly a guarantee if you don't time your jumps and boosts right. There is a point at the end of the stage where you have to hit Doom's Eye, and I learned during my initial playthrough that if you miss your chance to hit him, you will need to replay the stage in order to get the MacGuffin you need in order to progress the story. The stage ends after the end of the Doom/Radical Highway section, and while yes, it does take a fairly significant percentage of the stage's runtime, it's still a fun stage, even if it means it deviates pretty sharply from the original it's based off of. Act 2 of Space Colony Arc puts a greater focus on side-scrolling, which is actually pretty cool. One of the interesting things about this stage in the story mode is that when you first play through it, you get the Doom Wing and have a fleeting chance to play around with it within the stage, but once you hit the goal ring, you lose a Doom Wing until you get to Radical Highway at the end of the game. This might sound counterintuitive, considering this is the second part of the first level, and yet this power-up won't become fully available until the first part of the final level. But after thinking about it and replaying these stages, doing the version of them without the Doom Wings availability, I have to say that I can understand what they were trying to communicate with this decision. Or at least what I think they were trying to communicate. As the first stages in the whole game, and playing through them with Shadow in a vanilla state, relative to what he will be capable of doing later in the game, and thinking about the replayability of these early stages, I think it makes complete sense to give players the opportunity to know what is possible in these early stages, even after they have unlocked all the power-ups later in the game. It introduces the fact that even this early in the game, the stage designers kept in mind the future of Shadow's movement capabilities, and by introducing the Doom Wing here, it invites players to come back to the beginning and try these stages out too, because there is a lot of potential here as well as the other stages. I really liked this version of the stage, and it especially benefits greatly from the additional challenge acts. It does a lot to capture the aesthetic of the Dreamcast Space Colony arc while keeping the modern, crisp visuals we are used to today. Navigating this stage is a dream, and even though the cylinders are still here and still as janky as they were on the Dreamcast, when you have enough practice to blast through the stage, it is just as, if not maybe even more satisfying than what you can do in Sonic Generations. This will be a recurring theme in these level discussions. With all that said, if I were to rank these stages, I think Space Colony Arc Act 1 is my favorite. Since it is the first stage, it has a lot of responsibility to make a strong first impression for the entire game to follow. With its alternate pathways and relatively free-flowing, fluid, open design, I think it does much to set the tone for the level design philosophy that permeates through the rest of the game, while still making the stage perfectly accessible for those new to the game and doing their first ever playthrough. The scenery is dynamic, and while the color palette is mostly blues and blacks, when brighter colors do pop out, they are absolutely radiant, and that is something that really helps it aesthetically, especially thanks to the stage shifting from exterior to interior sections of the arc. Act 2 is a comfortable second place for me. I found it to be slightly easier than Act 1 on the whole, but that doesn't detract from the fact that the stage is still a blast to run through and learn the ins and outs of. There are still plenty of secrets that this act hides, and even if a vanilla playthrough of it is mostly enough to secure yourself an S rank, the entrances to the alternate pathways make for extremely strong incentives to revisit anyway, just to see how much quicker you can run through the stage. In decisively last place of these three is the Dreamcast original Final Chase from Sonic Adventure 2. It might sound like blasphemy to call the original decisively behind the rest, but the fact of the matter is that of all the running style levels from Sonic Adventure 2, Final Chase is a bit of a low light. The stage isn't as fast as one might hope from a stage where, in the context of the game's narrative, you are chasing Sonic to the Eclipse Cannon to stop him from inserting the fake Chaos Emerald into it and blowing it up. In fact, of all the stages I covered for this video, Final Chase was among the slowest stages, taking about the same amount of time to finish as Kingdom Valley in Sonic 06. The green cylinders are jank, but not unmanageable. However, because of them, you end up needing to slow your pace to make sure that you can stick your landings when dismounting them. This is thanks to the fact that this stage takes place almost exclusively in the ark's exterior, meaning if you fall, it's likely you will fall to your death unless you manage to secure yourself in one of the higher routes. It isn't a bad stage, but I never find myself looking forward to revisiting Final Chase whenever I boot up Sonic Adventure 2. For whatever reason, one of my earliest memories of Sonic Heroes was playing Rail Canyon at a Walmart GameCube demo station back around the time the game came out. I'm not sure how accurate that memory is, but Rail Canyon has always been a stage in Sonic Heroes that stuck with me. It is a very memorable stage, mostly thanks to the fact that it is one of only a couple stages which center around the rail grinding mechanic of the game. To be honest, my personal history with this stage has been one mired in the sense of distrust. What do I mean? Well, starting with Sonic Adventure 2 and carrying over to Sonic Heroes, there is a rail switching mechanic. This allows you to have the character you're controlling quickly jump between two parallel rails without having to sacrifice too much of your speed. This worked pretty reliably in Sonic Adventure 2, but in Sonic Heroes, for some reason, it didn't seem to work as well, and I would find myself jumping off the rail, missing the parallel one, and falling to my death. Because of this, I always felt compelled to take the grinding slowly, and when rail switching was necessary, I would use the flight character to jump, and in the event I would inevitably miss the rail, I would have the chance to fly and give myself another chance at sticking the landing. This time around, I decided in order to get the A rank for the stage, I would try the proper technique for rail switching. And to my surprise, it didn't betray me once. I also learned, thanks to a subscriber, that it was better to hold down the B button to grind faster rather than mashing it. When I was a kid, despite knowing that holding down B to grind faster was part of the grinding mechanic in Sonic Adventure 2, for some reason I felt as though it was faster to mash B in Sonic Heroes. This time I tried holding B instead, and the speeds I was able to build to astonished me. I didn't know Sonic Heroes could go so fast. To be honest, I felt as though the grinding speeds you could get here were about on par with what could be achieved with the boost in Shadow Generations. I was really surprised. Doing this opened me to a whole new world within the stage and made me realize just how many options for traversal there really are when you go full throttle. Even getting the A rank as Team Dark, which is the longer and more difficult version of the stage compared to the other teams, I still surprised myself with just how quickly I could reach the goal ring. The stage itself can probably be as long as it is thanks to how little geometry has to be rendered at once. Most of your time is spent on grind rails. That being said, there are a number of hazards that are unique to this stage alone. The main hazard of those being the large flaming trains. These trains are very wide, taking up 3 parallel rails, and while their introduction is mostly for show in the beginning, by the end they will be chasing you, blocking you, and destroying rails ahead of you. These can't be destroyed, but even when stationary, they can do touch damage. So they have to be avoided, since taking damage while on a rail will still have a knockback effect and push you off the rail, making a lost life a near certainty. These trains are icons in Rail Canyon, but they aren't the only trains that are out to get you. Throughout Rail Canyon, there are a number of smaller trains that are usually riding on single rails. They are notable for their armored front ends and for being rocket-propelled. They are armed with a single large cannon which fires a large spiked ball at you. One of these trains alone isn't much of a threat, but multiples of them definitely are. They can be deadly when caught in a crossfire, but can be easily avoided by keeping your speed up, since it seems Dr. Eggman didn't program them to lead their shots when engaging moving targets. In any case, these are the main enemy threats in Rail Canyon. Other stage hazards or features include red and blue switches, which will alter the direction of artificial rails connecting real ones. Sometimes these can lead to alternative routes within the stage, but most of the time they are necessary to proceed as usual. There are also breaks in the rails, which then lead to rotating fence-like structures, which usually continue your route, but can sometimes gain you access to higher, faster routes. Accessing the latter of these can be tricky, since it requires some level of quick observation and reaction time. In this stage, we also find instances of the flying Eggman robots, using their downward-firing electric beams to restrict access to certain rails. This and the aforementioned large trains are stage hazards that force you to interact with the game's quick rail-changing mechanic. I really found myself enjoying this stage a lot more than I already did previously. There is something about going for the A rank and the challenge such a goal presents that really helped to open up new possibilities for creative thinking and searching for faster means of traversal through the stage. Having always understood Sonic Heroes as something of a more straightforward linear game in terms of its level design, I continually found myself amazed with the number of alternative routes through the different stages there are, especially with Rail Canyon. This was a stage I already really liked, but now I respect it even more thanks to really having gotten to know it better and not being afraid to interact more with the mechanics of the game this stage incentivizes doing so with. Shadow Generations has two different acts called Rail Canyon, and at first I wondered if this would be a similar situation as with Seaside Hill, where Seaside Hill in Sonic Generations was really Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace combined. Was it the same with Shadow Generations, where Rail Canyon was really a combination of the original Rail Canyon and Bullet Station? The answer I came to was no. While the theme of both stages in Sonic Heroes are essentially the same, they have enough key differences that differentiate themselves to a degree which the Shadow Generations version does not account for in either of its Rail Canyon acts. That being said, Rail Canyon in Shadow Generations is most similar to the original from which it derives its namesake. Thus, no Bullet Station. Verbose justifications aside, Shadow Generations' two acts of Rail Canyon are both a lot of fun, and I found that they really shined especially bright in their respective challenge acts. Both acts are very similar, with their key differences being that one takes on the perspective from behind Shadow and the other is a side-scroller. The first act really takes you to task with your reaction time and skill at using Chaos Spear. This is because a number of hazards returning from Sonic Heroes, as one would expect, require being stunned first. The first of these notable stage hazards are the flying Eggman robots. There are two types of them that require the Chaos Spear. As one would expect, obviously, the robots with the downward firing beam blocking certain rails is one of them. This time, these enemies can be locked onto and struck with a Chaos Spear, that will stun them for a significant period of time, stopping their ability to use their weapon to impede your progress on that rail. Of course, you have the option to avoid them by switching to a different rail, this time made a lot easier thanks to the simplifying the control input by either using the left or right bumpers or flicking the analog stick in the corresponding direction you wish to move in. Disabling the robot, however, can bring you to a line of rings that would otherwise be rendered inaccessible, which, if held on to for the duration of the stage, can give you the bonus points you need to crack that 40,000 point threshold and earn you your S rank. The other returning enemy is one that sees its debut in the forest stages in Sonic Heroes. These flying Eggman robots are gray and periodically protect themselves with large spikes that protrude from their bodies. Hitting them while the spikes are out will damage you, and originally if you came up to one of them while the spikes were out and needed to hit it in order to progress, you had to wait a few seconds for the spikes to retreat back into the robot's body. Here, however, Shadow's Chaos Spear can stun the robot, forcing its spikes to retract and stay retracted for the duration of its stun state, completely removing the necessity to wait for the robot to be vulnerable. Of course, this sort of thing becomes such second nature that perhaps this aspect of the gameplay might not sound especially noteworthy, but all these small nuances that I am so insistent to point out are part of what helps expand the gameplay of the boost style. More on that later, but playing this game as much as I have, pursuing all the S ranks and the collectibles and everything else really forced me to focus my attention on these small aspects of level and gameplay design, which have ultimately led to the depth to which I've grown to be able to enjoy Shadow Generations. Act 2 takes a 2D perspective of Rail Canyon, helping to establish a pattern in the way the two acts between each stage in the genre as a whole would contrast from each other, not dissimilar to what we saw in Sonic Generations. What I noticed here with this version of the stage is that it forces you to best optimize your timing of the use of Chaos Control. Of course, Chaos Control is an optional skill you don't have to use to even get an S rank. But why wouldn't you use Chaos Control? There are several spots in this act where time-sensitive hazards will appear and either spell certain death, cause you a lot of trouble through sabotage, like with the cannon train shooting out sections of rail in front of you, or cost you your opportunity to successfully reach a higher upper path that serves as a shortcut. Chaos Control is very useful, and the comparison might be strange, but its application in stages reminds me of the chainsaw mechanic in Doom Eternal, in that, in theory, you could go through the game not using it, but why wouldn't you? This isn't the first stage that strongly incentivizes you to use the Chaos Control, but it is the first stage where use of Chaos Control being incentivized is baked into its design subtly rather than overtly, like it is in Space Colony Arc Act 2. It's not a tutorial, it's the real thing, in other words. And if you use it, and if you don't, you don't. But not using it does come with a silent penalty that can't be made up for through brute force. That's what's really cool about this stage. The chase scene at the end is a great example of what I mean. While the big train chases you in a similar way to how the gun truck chases you at the end of City Escape, as long as you have the boost, you can stay in front of it and avoid it hitting you. Or you can deprive it of its chance to even get remotely close to you by using Chaos Control, stopping time, blasting ahead of it, grinding at full boost while it's stuck in its tracks for the next several seconds, giving it only the chance to continue its chase once you've hit the goal ring. Which one sounds cooler? For me, I think it's obvious to guess which one I think it is. But that kind of ability to maximize my chances at getting the S rank by avoiding damage and stopping the clock to get the sweet, sweet time bonus is what I live for. While the stage isn't particularly difficult, at the same time, it's always cool to come back to this stage and see if there are any ways I can beat my previous time, especially after getting practice in other similar later stages, which test chaos control even more and in other creative ways. With that said, ranking Rail Canyon is a little tricky. My favorite iteration of this stage might have to be the original. I really like how this stage plays and the way it utilizes and incentivizes you to interact with the different gameplay mechanics in Sonic Heroes. Despite the fact that this stage might seem very linear at a glance, additional experimentation with movement and attaining a certain proficiency with the gameplay mechanics makes this an exceptionally fast and exciting stage, and definitely one worthy of being included in a celebration of Shadow's history with Shadow Generations. The next one might have to be Act 1. With its alternate routes and its multifaceted design in terms of its stage layout and the way it houses secrets that can easily be missed is really cool, especially since these secrets can only be reached in some cases through use of chaos control, which is a power-up that is earned. It's a cool stage, and one that begs repeat playthroughs, especially when augmented through the challenge stage configurations. Last has to be Act 2, but placing these three anywhere relative to each other is admittedly pretty arbitrary. There's no real quality distinction that I can think of that makes any of these better than or worse than the others. The only crime Act 2 commits is that it is a bit short compared to the others, but that's pretty easily alleviated by the stage's sheer replay value. Rail Canyon is a lot of fun, regardless of where you play it, and that's a good thing, if I've ever heard it. Kingdom Valley is one of the most notorious stages from Sonic 06. Be it Sonic's version with the disorienting Mach speed section or Shadow's version with the collapsing insta-kill pillars, there's always something about Kingdom Valley that puts others off, including myself. When playing through this stage to get the S rank, I found myself bargaining that I could give myself one exception where an A rank would be good enough. It took so much to get an A rank, and even then, I couldn't secure the A rank reliably. This one probably took me the most tries, but after persevering, I was able to earn that coveted S rank. Sonic 06 is famously broken, and this is reflected in some way in every stage, but especially Shadow's version of Kingdom Valley. The first section is spent on a glider in a sort of Star Fox Panzer Dragoon 3D shooter kind of gameplay style. You fire rockets at enemies as they appear for a minute or so, before Shadow pulls over the ridge of the canyon and loads you into the second section, where now you play as Rouge. As Rouge, you have to find and collect 3 keys hidden through this section of the stage to unlock a door so Shadow can go through. Coupled with the fact that Rouge's only attack is a grenade throw whose aim and accuracy is uncertain, there is a glitch where Rouge will stick to a wall even if you try to jump off. I don't know why this happens, but it happened on every single attempt I made while trying to get the S rank. The nice thing about this section, however, is the fact that the keys are more or less placed within a direct line of each other. So once you have memorized where the keys are, the locations of which do not change like they do in Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, you can grab them in the order from closest to farthest from your starting position, making this potentially quick to run through. The next section, Shadow has to get onto another vehicle. This time, it's the infamous hovercraft section. This is infamous because this is the section where the large stone pillars very quickly collapse and insta-kill you if they make contact with you. The collapse of the pillars cannot be prevented, and they will collapse either if you shoot them by using the machine guns mounted on the hovercraft, or if you get within a certain distance of them. The way these pillars fall, it can be hard to determine where you should be to avoid them if you are close to them. This is the most infamous part of this stage, but there are still a couple of weird things about it worth mentioning. The control for the hovercraft is a little weird, for instance. For the longest time, I had no idea you could raise the altitude you hovered at temporarily. This is done by, if you're on PS3, pressing the X button twice quickly. The problem with that is that X is also the accelerator, so it is easy to accidentally move forward by mistake instead of jumping. I don't know why they couldn't map that action to any of the unused buttons on the controller, but it really does make the game feel a little difficult to control as a result. The hovercraft also has finite ammo. If you fire your machine guns to depletion, it will take a few seconds for them to reload and be ready to fire again. This can impede your progress, since if you want to get the most points in the stage possible, you will need to sit and wait for the guns to reload so that you can continue destroying robots and shooting down the pillars you can far in advance of approaching them. I'm not sure if there are any shortcuts in this part of the stage, but I did find a route that felt like an alternate one. I don't know, this section is for me now less of an annoyance and an S-rank killer and more of a curiosity. The next section is a normal platforming section where you play as Shadow and run through the stage. You grind along streams of air, run up collapsing spiral staircases, destroy enemies in confined spaces, and use the homing attack across lines of enemies, bridging gaps between the remains of the previously collapsed pillars. It's really not a bad concept, and actually, some sequences in this part look and feel really cinematic and next-gen for the time. Again, this game came out at the launch of the PlayStation 3 in 2006, and there was no other Sonic game that looked quite like this at the time. Once you learn the trick to navigating the stage without taking any damage, it's actually pretty simple to get the S rank reliably. The toughest obstacle for me was always the two posts with the small spike balls that quickly descend down the posts in time to hit you as you run by. I always found myself second guessing if I would be able to make it past them, but that was part of the trick of those obstacles. As long as you have Shadow going at full speed and don't stop or yield for them at all, you will clear them easily every time without any drama. The other section that always messed me up, and still does, is the section where, again, there's another narrow-ish path with dash panels at their base that are meant to shoot you up the hill in a visually cool sequence. The problem is that Shadow is never centered on that path when going up the incline, instead pulling slightly to the left. If you keep him in that trajectory, he will shoot straight off the path and fall to his death. However, if you don't finesse the correction, which is very easy to do, Shadow will careen effortlessly to the right and off the path again to his death. These are the most common examples of jank I could find within this level that I think if they were fixed or adjusted would make it a more perfect one to run through. But as it stands, after getting to learn and play by its rules, the stage is simple to get through without taking damage, and after getting enough practice and can be fun and satisfying to do so successfully once you do. Kingdom Valley Act 1 in Shadow Generations is very interesting because it isn't just a remake of Shadow's version of Kingdom Valley, but also incorporates level design from a variety of different iterations of Kingdom Valley featured in Sonic 06 itself. This is especially the case with part of Sonic's version of the stage and Shadow's version featured in Sonic 06's endgame sequence, where you must race to find a Chaos Emerald before Solaris destroys the world and time. I'm actually inclined to think that a lot of the level motifs in this version of the stage are taken more from those two than the original itself. The opening is a lot like Sonic's, where you race down a line of platforms and have the option to run or grind on guardrails on either side of those platforms. This particular aspect is repeated again later in this version of the stage as you travel deeper into the castle ruins themselves. This version also features the bouncing tightropes, which allow you to reach higher parts of the level. Thanks to Shadow's Stomp, you can expedite your ability to reach higher areas, which is great for going for the S rank. The thing I like about this stage's overall design is how it seamlessly shows you traveling to and through the castle ruins in ways that the Sonic 06 original wasn't able to do. When I look back at the original in retrospect, removing the long loading screens and using some imagination to fill in some of the missing pieces that are definitely the result of a premature release, I can see how this level was meant to show Shadow speeding his way through the ruins, first approaching their outskirts, gaining the entrance into them, surfing through the flooded moat and grounds surrounding it, and finally speeding through the castle proper before reaching the goal. While this interpretation does require a pretty decent utilization of one's imagination, and feels totally disjointed otherwise, you can get a much better idea of what is being gone for with the original thanks to this new remake. Thanks to the Doom Surf, we can get a redo of the hovercraft section featured in the original, though this time one which is much faster and comparatively easier to control than the original. These surfing sections in particular are probably one of my favorite utilizations of the Doom Surf power-up. Of course, thanks to the nature of the control of this power-up, the style of gameplay featured here is totally different from the hovercraft, since this Doom Surf is always moving as opposed to the free-moving hovercraft. But thanks to the addition of spiked bombs, blue boxes, and jumps, there is a lot more to do and a lot greater emphasis on quick reaction times and reflexes in a way that is more consistent with the boost gameplay of Shadow Generations. There are also speed rings you can surf through that can give you a short burst of speed while also pushing you in a specific direction to help point you towards your intended route in a more controlled and stable way that acts as a consolation for your lack of free movement in this form. There are actually two surfing sections, but the one section from this version of the stage that is a direct homage to the original version of Shadow's stage are the sections with the castle grounds themselves. This is where you find the familiar set pieces where you grind along long trails of wind, use the homing attack across enemies to traverse long gaps, use the tight ropes to spring yourself to higher levels, run across the castle walls and ramparts, etc. There is also a recreation of the cinematic jump Shadow makes down the declining parts of the castle's roof and dash panel. The biggest difference here is that the grinding is much faster, and this version adds in the eagles, which were previously only present in Sonic's version of the stage, which take you to different sections of the stage as either a shortcut or an alternative route, which acts as one. The biggest surprise to me in Kingdom Valley Act 1, however, has to be the boost adaptation of Sonic's infamous Mach Speed section in this version of Kingdom Valley. Maybe it's only infamous to me, but something about the way that Mach Speed section plays out is very disorienting to me. Here, however, this section isn't an auto-runner like the original and is divided into multiple parallel pathways that each have their own speed you can travel across them at. This section also happens to be very reminiscent of the end section of Crisis City in modern Sonic's version of the stage in Sonic Generations. But here in Shadow Generations, it is executed in such a way where you can more confidently move to each faster route without having to fight heavy movement, uncertain lane changes with the quick step and a tornado hurling hazards at you at all times. I guess this section is easier than the one in Sonic Generations, but that is mostly thanks to improved control above everything else, I think. Kingdom Valley Act 2 follows a side-scrolling design, so it takes a lot of creative liberties with the original stage. I might even venture to say that this stage could almost be reskinned to fit any level theme in Shadow Generations, but that's not a knock against it. Sometimes a one-to-one conversion from 3D to 2D isn't entirely possible, but taking the creative liberties that they did with this version of the stage served to benefit it immensely. The main gimmick of this stage is the use of crushing blocks. I think these are meant to be something of a distant relative to the collapsing towers or pillars in the Sonic 06 original, but they are a lot more interesting here. This is one of the stages that improves the more you play it to get collectibles and go for the S ranks in the challenge stage configurations of it. It might look like the most straightforward of the 2D stages, but it really isn't. The cool thing about it is that it has a number of alternate tracks you can take, but some of them have entrances that are situated just out of view, which requires some level of exploration in order to find it. The thing that I like about this is that it is so deceptive in its simplicity. When I first played through the stage, I thought it was super easy and didn't really think anything of it. The crusher blocks were tricky, and it did take some practice to get the timing of these sections down, but by and large, it didn't seem like a particularly remarkable stage. But when I had to go for the box keys for the in-game collectibles, it forced me to look high and low, and that's when a whole new world for this stage was opened up for me. It was really cool, and I came away with a much improved positive opinion of this. As it is with any other stage in this game, when you know what you're doing with accessing these alternative pathways, it is a really cool experience to blitz through the stage at incredibly high speed. Even in the platforming sections with the crusher blocks, you are still able to easily fly through them if your timing is adequate enough. If you couldn't tell by this, I really like the addition of slower sections that can still be fast if you act quickly enough. But if you don't, you are left having to wait until you can go through them normally. Kingdom Valley's Act 2 stage design with the crush block sections are similar to the late indoor section of modern Sonic Seaside Hill, but expanded on further and more challenging. I really can't ask for anything more, and even in the section where you are being chased by the crushers with spikes, it's so cool to be able to use chaos control to stop it in its tracks and boost you to the goal ring, leaving it in the dust, similar to the treatment you can give the big trains at the end of Rail Canyon. Ranking these stages is more simple for the most part. Kingdom Valley Act 2 is my favorite, though that's probably more thanks to the fact that I discovered its alternative routes more recently, and so I'm still impressed by it. But even still, it's a really great 2D stage, and I really appreciate how it prioritizes fun and challenging design over trying to incorporate the kinds of gimmicks from the original Sonic 06 version. Kingdom Valley Act 1 is always a great time. No matter how many times I play it, I always want to go for the fastest route. In fact, I'm at a point now where the fastest route is probably the only route I know how to traverse well and optimally. But it's still a great stage and I really like it anyway. The original suffers mostly from it being from a game that is unfinished. There are a lot of things about it that are unfortunately broken by the game's lack of polish. While Sonic's version is more stable and Silver's slower gameplay style can mask a lot of the issues Sonic 06 is plagued with, though not all, Shadow's version is left feeling the most broken. There are glimpses into what this stage could be, and that's probably why it was chosen to be given a second chance at life with an entirely revamped gameplay system in a game that had the time to be completed properly. There's a lot about this stage that can work, and it's proven that it does in practice when given enough time, but that doesn't save this original version from falling very short very easily of the quality on offer with its remakes. Do you remember Sonic Forces? Does anyone remember Sonic Forces? I would really like to do a full video about Sonic Forces in the future, but years ago I did something of a review of the game where it left almost no impression on me at all. It honestly felt like the most unremarkable game I've ever played through, and the fact it only took me a little over 4 hours to finish back in the day, there really didn't seem to be any real reason to go back and replay it, and for years that's how things stayed. That was until I got Sonic X Shadow Generations and set out on my challenge to get S ranks on every version of the stages featured in Sonic X Shadow Generations. Of course, I was going back only to Episode Shadow, which was a really short expansion on the main game, but maybe now that I've since played through all the other Sonic games, that there would be something here that would be more compelling to me than it was when I first experienced it, right? Sunset Heights was the stage chosen to be adapted to Shadow Generations from Sonic Forces, and it made sense since that really is the only stage Shadow runs through in Episode Shadow that anyone remembers. I came to Sunset Heights while taking a break from trying to get the S rank in Shadow Generations versions of Radical Highway, and aside from the initial learning curve thanks to the change in mapping of the controls of all the stages I got the S rank for, this was the easiest. I don't even mean that this was just easy, but it was pitifully easy. Mastering this stage feels more like bullying than it does actually using skill. There are routes that seem unintentional that are not only faster but can bypass entire challenges within the stage itself. It does include the interesting gimmick of the flying enemies that you can trail across and to reach higher platforms quicker, but I can't imagine that this stage would be difficult to anyone over the age of, 12. I also found that the stage ends just as soon as it begins to feel like it's ramping up. It's so easy to finish this stage in less than 2 minutes. It almost feels like the stage is only half complete. The first half of the stage is a full 3D section, and the second half is a 2D section. Enemy placements are predictable. The timing you're required to have puts on more of a show of difficulty than actually being difficult. If you are used to and have the skills from getting the S ranks or just doing well in general in Shadow Generations, going from that to Sonic Forces, at least in Episode Shadow, is probably like going from combat in Dark Souls to combat in Dustborn. It might be impossible to lose, honestly. Going back to this stage reminded me why Sonic Forces felt so much like a nothing burger. It had potential. It looked sufficiently next-gen for the time, was a boost-style game, and attempted a more serious story. But getting back into it after Shadow Generations, I can't help but to feel that its lack of challenge it offers is the biggest reason why I have such little memory of the game. I know I went on about just Sonic Forces in general, but to be honest, there really isn't a whole lot remarkable about Sunset Heights, at least in its original form. Act 1 of Sunset Heights and Shadow Generations is a breath of fresh air compared to the original. This version is in full 3D and it expands on the original in a very organic kind of way. And it is so natural an expansion to the original that it almost becomes easy to conflate the two. The thing I found most funny about this stage is the fact that the first shortcut featured here seems almost like an homage to the unintentional skip you can do in the original, where if you time your jump and boost, you can hit a series of dash rings which will take you to the next section of the level. That said, this stage really tests your ability to use the chaos control without explicit prompting. Where in previous stages there was a clear time you were intended to use the chaos control and were prompted by fairly obvious level design prompts, here the chaos control is suggested with greater subtlety. There is a section early on in the stage where you are met with a vertical diversion, where there are two cannons firing, one in your direction and one in the opposite direction. The one firing at you makes it clear that you can use the homing attack across the projectiles being fired. You can also see a platform which is just out of reach for Shadow, even if you use the homing attack and boost. The only way you can reach it is to use the projectile fired by the cannon facing away from you to reach the platform. But because the projectile you need to hit is moving, it is better to stop it before it hits the wall and breaks apart, of course. Hence the careful timing and use of chaos control. It's not super obvious or super difficult to figure out, but because it is so subtle, I didn't even think about using the chaos control there until I went back to find the box key gears, one of which requires you to get to that higher platform. It might seem like the chaos control was intended for use during the part of the stage immediately following this one with the spike balls, since the early tutorials for the chaos control involved using it to halt their movement to make for safer passage. And the inclusion of it here just before this section is really cool, just because it gives you the option on how you want to proceed by using the chaos control. The stage also uses geysers of water, which can either help you reach higher parts of the stage or hinder your progress. The chaos control can be used to stop their effects so you can run through them without any hindrance, which is also pretty cool. This stage has a whole underground section, which then gives way to another radical highway section. This is actually the final Doom Zone section of the game, and it is also the most challenging of them. This one really puts your ability to use the new quick step movement to the test, especially in the tunnel section where strips of safe road and unsafe road that can damage you spiral. There are also faster alternate pathways which are very easy to miss if you're not keeping a close lookout. which is also a really cool aspect of the level's design. It incentivizes taking a second look around and try something you haven't before, and again incentivizes repeat playthroughs. The stage ends soon after you break out of the Doom Zone, and even though this left me wanting more of the original stage, it wasn't in the same way the original left me wanting more. Act 2 is one of my favorite side-scrolling stages in all of Shadow Generations. Aesthetically, it does share a lot in common with Rail Canyon, which is why it is so easy for me to conflate the two. But the main difference this one has is its unique utilization of the stream of enemies as they exist in Sonic Forces, and the use of the Doom Surf in the underground water section. After finishing the 3D version of Kingdom Valley, where the Doom Surf is most prominently used in the whole game, I was curious to see how it would be utilized in Act 2 of Kingdom Valley. And then it wasn't at all. But next thing I know, Sunset Heights Act 2 ends up being the stage that utilizes the Doom Surf. While of course it isn't utilized at all in the same way thanks to the 2D perspective, it does serve as a means of exploration. You can use the Doom Surf to find alternate pathways that are actually quicker than the higher routes despite being the lower route, especially if you break the blue boxes. I was surprised by this. Being a lifelong Sonic fan and playing through practically every Sonic game at this point, I was surprised that a lower track was actually faster than a higher one, or at least just as fast. I didn't find this out, of course, until I went back to this stage to collect the box keys. While the Doom Surf is relegated more to a tool for exploration as opposed to its function in 3D, the Chaos Control and stream of enemies shine as being some of my favorite design elements of Sunset Heights Act 2. Since the giant Eggman robots are constantly blasting platforms out from under you, you have to be quick in your traversal across those platforms. At first, you have to just get good at speeding through to reach the higher platform, but afterward, you will be met with the sufficient number of enemies needed to keep your Chaos Control gauge filled, so that you can minimize the risk of having those platforms blasted out from under you. If you couple this use of Chaos Control with using the homing attack across the returning stream of enemies that can take you to higher, faster routes or serve as shortcuts overall, you set yourself up for one of the coolest player-created spectacles in Shadow Generations. This is even more so if you use the Chaos Control in the green orb, which will blast you to a different part of the stage very quickly. All of these elements come together to create a stage which can have a very low completion time thanks to the near constant use of Chaos Control. Stopping time so often is a really easy way to get yourself the S rank in this stage. I'm sure there are ways to get the S rank without using the Chaos Control, but again, why wouldn't you? It makes things exciting, and one of the most important and key aspects to any fast-paced game produced by a development team within Sega is not just doing something quickly, but looking cool doing so. And using the Chaos Control to stop time looks pretty cool if you ask me. Ranking these stages relative to each other is really more of a contest between the two acts of the Shadow Generations versions, and that has to be Sunset Heights Act 2. It's one of my favorite 2D stages in the game, and I already went on at length as to my reason why it is. So I won't continue beating that dead horse. But suffice it to say that this stage's utilization of different gameplay mechanics already introduced in the game up to that point is probably the best of all the 2D stages. It takes all of the aspects of Rail Canyon Act 2's design and expands on them even further, which I really liked. There's a lot of running, grinding, and skating, with routes that require quick reflexes to reach. It's a lot of fun, and I always look forward to going back to it. Second place is Sunset Heights Act 1, but that doesn't mean it's lesser. It has a lot of cool aspects, and does a lot of the utilization of previously introduced mechanics that Act 2 does, except slightly less. The main thing it wants you to master is the chaos control and the quick step at the end, which helps make this stage feel very unique compared to the others. It's a great stage, and it is mostly what I feel the original should have been. The original is an easy last place. It's so short, so light on content, and so easy, I almost felt I was mocking the stage by getting the S rank 3 times in a row while hitting the different routes. It's over before it really seems to have a chance to begin, and it makes me wonder, thanks to the timed dialogue that takes place over the course of the stage, if it is more of an interactive cutscene than an actual proper stage. And the dialogue is my least favorite part of this stage too, but that's for another video. I wanted more and didn't get it, and it left me with an emptiness that was consistent with my initial impression of Sonic Forces as a whole years ago. I mentioned before that the Chaos Island stages are exceptional when it comes to stages being remade from previous games. That is because Chaos Island in its original form was not a proper stage, but one of the open zones in Sonic Frontiers. The inclusion of representation from Sonic Frontiers surprised me, just because Shadow isn't a main character in it. But here we see that not only is a non-Shadow game getting representation in a game about Shadow's history in the Sonic franchise, but also it is an adaptation of one of the open zones rather than a real stage. How did it translate? To put it in short terms, very well. Act 1 of Chaos Island has to be my favorite stage in all of Shadow Generations. Just before unlocking Chaos Island, you get and learn the Doom Morph power-up, since you need it in order to access the entrance to Chaos Island. Chaos Island Act 1 immediately puts your proficiency using this power-up to the test, and when used effectively, it is one of the coolest player-created, totally manual spectacles in the game. I mentioned earlier how effective use of the Doom Morph can turn navigation of stages into something resembling an action-packed parkour course, and this is the stage I had in mind when I originally said that. Of course, it isn't enough that this stage tests your abilities in using the Doom Morph, but it is also the most open-ended stage in the whole game, and maybe in 3D Sonic games in general, as far as linear stage design is concerned. There are so many ways to proceed, and the way you can flow in and out of certain routes with such fluidity guarantees that no two runs of this stage will ever be the same. Quick reactions and mastery of the game's mechanics up to that point, on top of spatial and situational awareness, makes this stage an extremely exciting one. When I discovered an upper route that was not only a shortcut but also required to use the chaos control, I had my mind blown, since that cut so much time out of my run of the stage. It feels so cool to make those discoveries for yourself on your own, and the promise of further discoveries incentivizes countless replays. If I could characterize this stage by its design in a short way, I would say that it's pretty much modern Sonic's Seaside Hill or Sky Sanctuary on steroids. My praise for Act 1 should not overshadow how I think about Act 2 though. Chaos Island Act 2 is essentially the last 2D stage in the game. This stage focuses on tight, precise platforming as well as effective use of the Doom Morph, less so for swinging and launching Shadow from platform to platform, but instead to glide across the goop on the floor and ceiling of the course while using its dash to destroy the Cyclone enemies. It also puts to the test your skill at implementing the Chaos Control and Chaos Spear to take out the Cyclone enemies, which protect themselves from attacks with a field that will do damage to you if you touch it, similar to the Electric Shield beetles in Sonic Adventure 2 stages. This stage also has gondolas, which will descend when Shadow is standing on them and ascend when Shadow isn't riding them. These are part of the precision platforming that Chaos Island Act 2 requires of you because you need to use well-timed jumps to avoid spike balls, which make for some very claustrophobic spaces later in the stage. Although this obstacle can be avoided entirely by using the Doom Morph, although getting there is tricky, that opportunity is fleeting and even easier to miss. There really is no way to compare the Shadow Generations Chaos Island stages to the Sonic Frontiers open zone, and it would be a bit strange to rank these against the open zone since the fundamental structure between these two games and stages are different at their core. What I will say though is that as a point of comparison, Chaos Island Act 1's open-endedness follows clearly in the spirit of the free-flowing world sentiment of the original from Sonic Frontiers, despite the fact that it is, at its core, a linear stage. As a result, I have to commend the designers who put this together. There was obviously a lot of attention to detail put into the design of both acts of Chaos Island to bring to life the aspects of the open zone original, which made it work in the form of a conventional linear boost Sonic style stage. Of the few stages featuring Shadow in Sonic Adventure 2, probably the most iconic is his debut stage, Radical Highway. Radical Highway takes place on a similar kind of track as Speed Highway in Sonic Adventure. It is a large, long, and tumultuous road suspended high above a vast city at night. Radical Highway has a number of different set pieces, including suspension bridges whose cables can be grinded on, collapsing roadways, high and low routes, towers of scaffolding lined with springs, lines of rings you can use the light dash across, big loops and corkscrews, and constant air raids by gunfighter jets firing rockets. There is a lot in this stage, and it does a lot to front-load Shadow's stages with what is easily the most packed full of spectacle than any other stage for Shadow in Sonic Adventure 2. In contrast with Sonic's City Escape, Shadow's Radical Highway is actually quite easy to get the A rank for. The alternate routes this stage has do offer a certain amount of variety, but all it takes to get an A rank is to take these shortcuts, perform the stunts you can on the way, keep your rings, destroy the gold beetle, and there you go. It sounds like a tall order, but it really isn't. The biggest issue I really have with Radical Highway is the fact that it is so easy to master. It can be done by accident on your first try as long as you know what to expect and how to avoid some of the traps, which themselves are pretty easily avoidable. That isn't to diminish the icon status of Radical Highway and in the pantheon of 3D Sonic levels, mind you. And of course, it is the first level for Shadow, and it is important to introduce his unique style of movement in a more gentle way, which would probably explain why Radical Highway is comparatively easier to city escape. But now the big question is, how does Shadow Generations expand on Radical Highway? Radical Highway in Shadow Generations offers the two most challenging stage acts in all of Shadow Generations. It should be expected since, after all, it is the final stage in the whole game. This immediately contrasts with the original Radical Highway. The new version of Radical Highway boasts a lot of the same stage set pieces one would expect from a stage sharing Radical Highway's namesake. Act 1 has Shadow entering the stage in the exact same way he did in Sonic Adventure 2, and the first obstacle is a near perfect copy of the first obstacle in the original. Little things like the little crane, which lets down a hand that pulls Shadow up, also makes a one-time appearance for purely aesthetic purposes. The rocket also makes its return. In Act 1, the broken suspension bridge with the gap where the gusts of wind suspend Shadow in midair also makes a return, except this time there is no gust of wind to save you if you lose your footing and make a mistake. This challenge actually shows up a couple of times in Act 1, and each successive one becomes increasingly challenging. The corkscrew makes a comeback in both versions. Act 1 ends the same way the original Radical Highway ends, and there is even the scaffolding tower with the springs that bounce you to the next area that makes its return. Missing are the gun fighter jets, which would strafe you from the sky, but this is forgivable. Those fighter jets tended to serve more as a dressing than an actual threat to you, save for the one jet in the aforementioned bridge section where the wind keeps you suspended in the air, but even then it's easily avoided. Although if you manage to destroy it, you are given the extreme point bonus for your troubles that almost makes up for your loss of footing in the upper part of the bridge. Instead, the gun planes are replaced with soldiers of the Black Arms, most of whom serve as a means to use the Doom Blast on it in order to reach shortcuts within the level. Act 1 of Radical Highway is the more vanilla of the two acts within Shadow Generations, and it is pretty incredible in how many options for traversal you have in it. I read an article talking about how the only way to get the S rank in the Radical Highway stages is to use the Doom Wing to catch all the shortcuts, but there is a version of the stage you can clear without using the Doom Wing, and to my utter surprise, there are alternative routes that vanilla Shadow can take to secure the S rank that I would not have noticed without toggling the Doom Wing option in the stage select menu after having already put 30 hours into the game. I was so amazed, and despite the difficulty spike of trying to get the S rank on the hardest stage in the game without the chaos control and without the ability to use the stage's main gameplay mechanic, it still made for a challenging time that was still a lot of fun to try to master, inviting countless replays. The unique part of Radical Highway Act 1 is the segment consisting of Shadow skating down skyscrapers. The control in this section was first introduced in Act 1 of Space Colony Arc, when Black Doom comes in and takes you briefly to the Doom Zone. But here in Radical Highway, it is much trickier. You are forced to dodge hazards, most of which can't be jumped over but must be avoided using lateral movement. The problem is that Shadow's movement is very sensitive, and one wrong nudge of the analog stick can cause Shadow to turn sharply and fall off the skyscraper. There is an optional platform with rainbow rings you can jump on to avoid interacting with this movement, as much as possible, but getting there takes a bit of practice and finesse. This shortcut will take you to a grind rail, which is a significant shortcut and actually easier to get through than the stock route, which is easier to stay on but much more difficult to avoid taking damage in. It's an elementary way to balance your level design, but it works remarkably well here. I always go for that upper route as a result. Radical Highway Act 1 is packed full of alternate routes, and the routes you are encouraged to go for the most are the Doomwing ones. It cannot be overstated just how much the Doomwing shortens the run of this stage when used effectively. By no means am I perfect at using the Doomwing, but the shortcuts on offer in this stage are so immense, it's crazy. There are even alternative routes within the Doomwing routes in the last half of the stage, which is completely mind-boggling. This stage took a lot of practice to be able to somewhat reliably finish with a new best time and S rank on repeat playthroughs, and especially when I came back to the stage to recover the collection box keys scattered throughout the stage. And while Radical Highway Act 1 was challenging, it was a cakewalk compared to what is on offer in Act 2. Act 2 of Radical Highway is insane. There really is no other way to describe it. And the fact there is an option to run this stage without the Doomwing, to me, sounds like a form of masochism. This second act of Radical Highway is very unforgiving. It throws everything in the kitchen sink at you all at once. It throws whole sections of highway at you. There is one section of the highway that will hurt you if you touch it. There are bits of highway that rotate. There are 2 mini boss battles. There are tornadoes, cylinders you can run through that have enemies and obstacles in them, as well as missing pieces you can easily fall through. Grind rails that terminate suddenly, leaving you only with your quick reaction time and situational awareness to help you not fall to your death, etc. This stage is constantly pushing you forward. While there is a similar sense of urgency in the first act, it does not come anywhere near close to Act 2. This pushes you forward with the urgency of someone evacuating a city moments before it is nuked. You don't have time to think or observe, lest something push you off the course or your platform rotates to spin you off of it. It is a truly challenging stage, and again, you don't have your chaos control to help you in this situation. This stage is probably the ultimate test of your pure Sonic gameplay skills, especially if you're not using the Doomwing and going for the S rank. The stage is frustratingly challenging, but it is so addicting. My experience with this stage is that every time I mess up or die, I want to start over from the beginning to perfect my run. The challenge it poses is so great, and it's a huge part of what makes this stage so fun and satisfying to finally succeed in. I love it and I hate it, but in all the right ways. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite stage in the whole game, but it is among the best, easily. Ranking these stages then might be pretty obvious by this point. Shadow Generations Radical Highway Act 1 is my favorite of the 3. I already spoke at length about it, but its winning aspects are just how multifaceted traversal through the stage is and how fun it is to discover them. This shouldn't come as a surprise considering I went at length about that aspect not only in Radical Highway but also in Chaos Island Act 1. Replay value is on offer to such an extent, it's hard to just turn away from this stage when you got a glimpse of something on your last run and now you just have to go and check it out. Next up is Radical Highway Act 2. As tough as it is, and as persistent as it forced me to be to earn that S rank, I found it being on the opposite side of rage quit worthy, and instead saw every death and every mistake as encouragement from the game to keep trying until I got it right. Finally getting that S rank was one of the most satisfying experiences I had in Shadow Generations, and it is something akin to finally getting an arcade game's gameplay rhythm down well enough to get a high score through no luck but pure skill. This is a very fine line very few games manage to tread, but this one does it about as well as I've ever seen it done, so I have to respect it for that. Last, then, is probably controversially the original from Sonic Adventure 2. Really, what this boils down to is how easy it is to master, at least to the game's standard. I'm sure there are speedrunners out there that open up a whole other universe of insanely fast playthroughs, but just going for the A rank and playing through the stage normally, I found that while there are other pathways, there isn't the same sense of quick reaction timing and score building opportunities that exist in Sonic stages, chief among them City Escape, that really make this as replayable a stage that I feel it ought to be. By no means does this make the stage bad, because it isn't. As an introduction to Shadow, I think it succeeds, but even when matched up with speed levels within its own game, including Shadow's other levels, it just feels a bit lacking, and those shortcomings are only more pronounced when put up against its remade incarnations in Shadow Generations. If you are still watching at this point, then first of all, thank you. And second, it might seem pretty evident that I put an inordinate amount of time into these comparisons when I really didn't need to. This is especially considering there is very little chance anyone will even watch this video at all. But what really compelled me to go ahead and undertake this, which is the biggest thing I've ever made, the longest script I've ever written, the biggest scripted video I've ever made, the largest scope I've ever taken for a video with the sheer amount of data needed in order to get all the necessary video, etc. This project was insane, but that was mainly to do with the fact that Sonic X Shadow Generations is probably one of the best Sonic games ever made, and to me, to do less would have been a disservice to it. Having been a Sonic fan for more than 20 years at this point, I've seen the evolution of the 3D games happen in real time, almost since the beginning. I wasn't there for all the lows, but one of the benefits of being a kid at that time was being totally disconnected from the online discourse about the quality of each game when they came out. This meant I would be able to draw my own conclusions of each game based on my own experiences. Thanks to this, I was able to experience Sonic's 3D evolution in a total vacuum. Of course, things changed once I started seeking out reviews of more recent Sonic games, Sonic Lost World and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric at that time. And that's where I found out that not all was as it seemed to me. Sonic releases have slowed down considerably since that time, and seeing each successive release move more incrementally into new directions seems to be the more correct way forward for the series than introducing completely different gameplay per game released. See Shadow the Hedgehog to Sonic 06 to Sonic and the Secret Rings to Sonic Unleashed for an apt example of what I mean. Seeing the success of Sonic X Shadow Generations, the fact that it is so strongly celebrated by fans, and the fact that the game has garnered genuinely positive reviews by reviewers I personally watch who were iffy about the Sonic franchise as a whole after Sonic Frontiers, on top of my overwhelmingly positive response to the game, I really feel as though Sonic is becoming more relevant in the gaming space, whereas previously the franchise was always treated like a meme and or laughingstock by those who never liked it to begin with. It probably won't win any big awards since this style of game isn't gaming's equivalent to Oscar bait as games like God of War, Red Dead Redemption, or Horizon Zero Dawn, or whatever else of that ilk, but what Sonic X Shadow Generations succeeds at being is a genuinely amazing game. It's cool to see, and it is personally nostalgic to me that the first Sonic game to feature Shadow as a lead character since Sonic 06, Sonic Forces doesn't count, comes out at a time when I am traditionally compelled by my inner child to go back and revisit Shadow the Hedgehog. As a fan of the Sonic comics going all the way back to the Archie days, I've always liked Ian Flynn's treatment of the characters. I guess this is a controversial opinion, but I haven't heard any real compelling arguments as to why I shouldn't like it. The story is well written, and it does a lot to make up for all the inconsistencies and plot holes that existed in the timeline between Sonic Adventure 2 and Shadow the Hedgehog about Shadow's past, and even goes back and canonizes Sonic Battle and Sonic Advance 3 as part of the overarching narrative for the whole series. The best part is all the supplemental material is totally optional, and you can learn everything you need to know just from the game itself, which is extremely refreshing in a media landscape where now, in order to understand what's going on, you need to watch 2 seasons of 2 different TV series, a novelization of a movie, another previous movie, and a comic just to understand one plot element of an unrelated story. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but still. In a world of cinematic universes, something like this is really refreshing in a narrative sense. Gameplay is the best it's ever been. Sonic Generations controls in a way that is extremely familiar to those who have played any of the previous boost-style Sonic games, and Shadow Generations takes that control scheme and expands on it in a way that improves it vastly in terms of control, physics, and overall challenge thanks to added gameplay mechanics. It's like what Mega Man X did with the original Mega Man series. I think it's clear that Shadow Generations demonstrates an improvement over the feel and control of Sonic in his default setting in Sonic Frontiers based on fan feedback. While I do think the reaction to Sonic Frontiers, particularly the negative reactions, were a bit too harsh for what was being complained about, Shadow Generations is such an improvement on Sonic Frontiers in its control and implementation of the open zone concept that it has almost solidified the model as the core model of Sonic game design going forward. If that is indeed the case, then I think this upcoming era of Sonic games will hold the potential to be one of the highest points the series has ever enjoyed.